Check 3-4. Check 3-4. Check 3-4. Check 3-4.
Just for my test.
Hey, Bev.
I'm doing well. Running around, kind of busy today. A lot going on. Yeah. But that's good. I like today. Yeah, we'll break. Well, no, not generally, but sometimes they have conflicts.
Yeah.
So they'll move them around a little bit. But yeah, today is today.
Okay.
Hey, I did get some pictures of the big man. Right. I was like, oh, I couldn't have put that right over there. Oh, well, that's funny. That's
I
funny.
got a picture showing us.
There you go. This is what I do during the day.
Okay, good morning. Let's go on the record. Today is October 25th, 2023, and the current time is 9 a.m. The Commission has set aside this time today for an evidentiary hearing in the matter of the petition for an interim receiver and for an order directing the General Counsel to petition the Circuit Court for the appointment of a receiver for Misty Waterworks. And that is file number WO-2024-0036. We're in room 310 of the Governor Office Building in Jefferson City, which is the headquarters of the Missouri Public Service Commission. If you have a telephone, I'm going to ask that you set your cell phone to mute or to vibrate so that it doesn't disrupt these proceedings. If you are a party or an attorney and you are sitting at a table, if you're going to speak, there is a microphone in front of you. There is a button that says push. If you press that button once, the light will turn green, and then the room will be able to hear you, as well as participants that are participating via WebEx video conference today. My name is John Clark. I'm the regulatory law judge presiding over today's hearing. With me today will also be some commissioners. There are 5 commissioners in the Missouri Public Service Commission. Chairman Scott Roop, and Commissioners Maida Coleman, Jason Holzman, Glenn Kolkmeyer, and Kayla Hahn. With me today so far are Commissioner Glenn Kolkmeyer to my right, and Commissioner Jason Holzman is joining us online. I do expect other commissioners and possibly the chairman to join us today, and they may come and go as they please. At this time, I'm going to ask counsel to enter their appearance for the record, starting with Mr. Blevins.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. And it's Leon Travis Blevins, correct?
That's correct.
Do you prefer to go by Travis Blevins?
Travis is what people normally call me, yes.
Okay. And you're here on behalf of yourself and I believe also on behalf of Patricia Blevins. Is that correct?
That's correct. My wife's not able to attend these kind of meetings or travel because of her medical conditions.
I understand. And you also do work under the fictitious name Misty Waterworks. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct, sir. I did once before, but that was changed when DNR activated the wells into 3 separate public water systems.
Okay, and we may come back to that at some point. But you're representing yourself here today, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have an attorney, is that correct?
I do not have an attorney.
And we talked about this last time. I believe this case was originally set on staff's petition, plus a request for expedited treatment. I believe it was set for September, I believe maybe September the 14th, and then that was continued to October 12th. The October 12th hearing, which you showed up for, Mr. Blevins, I had converted into a procedural conference or pre-hearing conference, and that was because there's some questions regarding whether or not you were getting mail. I had directed our data center to send you copies of each of your cases individually bundled. Did you receive those?
I received those, I did. I also had delivered to me documents that were sent back again to Marshfield. That's not my mailing address.
I understood that. I clarified that with them, so I apologize that if you got documents from there, but hopefully you're getting all your mail now. Do you believe you're getting the documents sent to you from the PSC?
I guess what I meant to say was after the meeting, I still got mail at Marshfield.
Okay, and those may have been some letters that had already been sent out.
I don't know. I don't think so, sir. One moment. This is the letter that after the last meeting we had here, this was sent to Marshfield. It was just the...
What's it captioned at the top?
Pardon?
What's the first bolded thing below the parties?
It says order allowing respondent to file an answer.
Okay, which you did, by the way.
Yes, I did.
And
yes,
that
sir.
is in the, and I'm going to say that here in a second, that was in the WC 2023-0353 case.
That's correct, yes.
All right, but let's get on with entries of appearance for the commission staff.
Carolyn Kerr, attorney for staff.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kerr. Anybody here from the Office of the Public Counsel? I see and hear no one. Ms. Aslan, did you want to ensure appearance, or?
Also Casey Aslam for staff.
Thank you, Ms. Aslan. Now, by way of preliminary matters, it was tough to squeeze a hearing into today's date. It is an agenda day. It does appear like it's going to be a fairly long agenda. It is my intention to get started this morning, and I will break promptly at 9:45 or before. It takes about 30 minutes to get set up for agenda. So we will be breaking at 9:45 until after agenda. As I indicated, it does look like a fairly lengthy agenda, so that could be as much as an hour, would be my expectation. Now, as I indicated just a minute ago, we're here on WO-2024-0036, which is staff's petition for an interim receiver and for the general counsel to petition the circuit court for a more permanent receiver. There are also two other cases involving these water systems. One is WC-2023-0353, which is staff's original complaint in this matter. And the other is WA-2023-0418, which was Mr. Blevins' request for a certificate of convenience and necessity. Now, when we talked on the 12th, Mr. Blevins had expressed that he wanted to withdraw his request for a certificate of convenience and necessity. That hasn't happened yet. I haven't done that based merely upon a request, an oral request in this case. If you want to do that, Mr. Blevins, I can address with you later today how to do that in your WA case. Are there any pending motions that need to be addressed at this time?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, thank you, staff. Are there any other preliminary matters that need to be addressed at this time?
No.
And I see none. Now, with that in mind, I'm going to allow staff and Mr. Blevins to make a brief opening statement. Staff, I believe you know what an opening statement is. Mr. Blevins, after staff has the burden of proof to carry in this case. So they have to make their case. They will go first. They will give their opening statement. Then I will allow you to make a brief opening statement. You may either come up here to the podium to make it, or you may make it where you're sitting into the microphone. It does not make a difference to myself. An opening statement is not everything you want to tell the commission. You will have an opportunity to offer your own testimony on your own behalf, should you choose to. An opening statement is basically for you to lay out essentially what you believe your key points to the commission are, and possibly what staff says in their opening statement that you disagree with. It is a summary and not an all-inclusive response, okay?
Okay.
One other thing I wanted to address, this is an unusual situation in that Mr. Blevins is a private individual and not a corporation or an LLC, and does not currently have anything on file with the Secretary of State, of which I am aware. So confidential information before the commission is restricted in terms of what we can disclose. That would include customer-specific information, which may come up. Mr. Blevins, you are not a customer, you are an owner, so the information is somewhat different from you, but I do not know what information in this case is confidential and not confidential. I'm going to be relying largely on the parties and especially on staff to inform me if there is something that needs to be struck from the record or if we need to go in camera to address confidential information. Is that understood? Thank you. And I don't know if your microphone's on or not.
Yes.
All right, let's start with opening statements, starting with staff.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. May it please the Court. My name is Carolyn Kerr, and I'm the attorney representing the staff of the Public Service Commission this morning in this case. The staff has petitioned the Commission for the appointment of an interim receiver pursuant to Section 393, 145.1, and .2 RSMO, which states that if, after a hearing, the Commission I'm sorry?
You may want to lean a little closer to the microphone.
Okay, I'm sorry. The staff has petitioned the Commission for the appointment of an interim receiver pursuant to Section 393.145.1 and .2 RSMO, which states that if, after a hearing, the Commission determines that any water corporation that regularly provides service to 8,000 or fewer customer connections is unable or unwilling to provide safe and adequate water service to its customers, the Commission may petition the Circuit Court for an order attaching the assets of the utility and placing the utility under the control and responsibility of a receiver. That venue, at the option of the Commission, is either the Circuit Court of Cole County or the Circuit Court of the county in which the utility has its principal place of business, which in this case is Pulaski County, Missouri. The statute goes on to say that if the Commission orders its general counsel to petition the Circuit Court for the appointment of a receiver, it may, in the same order, appoint an interim receiver for the water corporation, which shall have the authority generally granted to the receiver, which is to operate the utility so as to preserve the assets of the utility and serve the best interests of its customers. The staff is asking the Commission to appoint an interim receiver to oversee and take over the operations of a system of private wells and 3 DNR-designated public water systems, collectively known as Misty Waterworks, which are made up of 3 well systems, Misty Mountain, Rolling Hills, and Charity, which staff contends is an unauthorized water corporation and public utility owned and operated by Mr. Leon Travis Blevins and his wife Patricia Blevins. These wells and Misty Waterworks, the staff contends, are subject to Commission jurisdiction, control, and regulations, and to the provisions of Chapter 386 RSMO. Mr. Blevins owns or operates these unregulated wells, which provide water service to approximately 100 households in Pulaski County. He has done so for years, probably 15 or 20 years, according to Mr. Blevins' own admissions. Unfortunately, Mr. Blevins' operations of these systems substantially and adversely affects his customers in terms of the safety and adequacy of the water service they receive. My first witness, Adam Stamp, a PSC staff research data analyst in the Water, Sewer, and Steam Department, will testify about how staff became involved in this case when the PSC Customer Service Department began receiving complaints from residents or customers of the well systems owned by Mr. Blevins. He will explain what problems these residents encountered with their water service, including drinking water safety concerns and billing and payment issues and problems they had dealing with Mr. Blevins and his business associates. He will testify about his investigation and who he spoke to, his site visits, and what he saw when he went down to look at the wells and their poor and deteriorating condition. Specifically, he will tell you about the homeowner's complaints about Mr. Blevins shocking the water system and systems and shutting off water to the residents without notice, raising rates and failing to fix damaged systems, even after being ordered to do so, which ultimately led to an 8-month boil order being imposed on some of the residents served by one of Mr. Blevins' well systems. He will discuss the public meetings staff hosted in June of this year in Waynesville to get resident input and hear comments about what people wanted to have happen or wanted the PSC to do, if anything. Mr. Blevins attended that meeting, as did many of the residents. A staff member of the Missouri Department of Natural Resources, or DNR, also attended that meeting. They will be here to testify and answer questions as well. Mr. Stamp will also testify about his conclusions and recommendations regarding Mr. Blevins' business operations and Misty Waterworks. His memorandum is attached and was filed along with the petition in this case, and he will discuss his findings and what staff thinks ought to be done here, which is to appoint an interim receiver to take over and operate all of the systems owned and operated currently by Mr. Blevins. He will explain staff's reasoning and basis for these proposals. My next two witnesses will be from the Missouri DNR. They will be Sebastian Cloverside and Jackie Johnson. Both have worked closely with Mr. Blevins, his licensed operator, and the customers receiving service from his wells, and have firsthand knowledge of the public water system that make up Misty Waterworks and all of their problems. They will explain DNR's involvement and regulation of wells and drinking water systems in general, and specifically those that Mr. Blevins owns and operates. They will discuss their personal involvement with Mr. Blevins' case, what enforcement action DNR has taken and continues to take in his case to try to bring all of his systems into compliance, and specifically discuss the various notices of violation, including that 8-month boil order I talked about, written assessments and deficiency violations, and enforcement actions brought against Mr. Blevins in order to bring his wells into compliance and make sure the water being provided to the users of those wells are potable and non-toxic. Both witnesses will testify about the success and lack of success they've had in doing so and their frustration with trying to gain and maintain compliance, as well as Mr. Blevins' willingness, ability, and follow-through, or lack thereof, to make the necessary and requested changes to be able to provide safe and reliable drinking water to his customers. The DNR witnesses will discuss their working relationship with the PSC as well. They will testify about reaching out to Kurt Gately in the Water, Sewer, and Steam Department of the PSC, who will be available to answer questions if needed in this hearing, and what actions the DNR took and how DNR and the PSC kept each other involved in an effort to look out for the best interests of the residents of the public water systems that make up Misty Waterworks. Mr. Cloverside and Ms. Johnson will testify about their discussions with Mr. Stamp and how they worked together to figure out what the best course of action would be to help the residents stay safe and be best served by the two agencies. In addition, there may be residents of the community served by Misty Waterworks and Mr. Blevins in the audience today. Many of those residents attended the public meeting hosted earlier this year by the PSC to voice their concerns and frustrations and find out what, if anything, the PSC and even DNR was going to do about making sure they have safe and adequate drinking water. Although I do not plan on calling any of them as witnesses, the commissioners or the judge may have questions, and I just wanted to let you know some of them may be willing to speak or answer questions if you have any. In conclusion, the evidence presented by the witnesses on behalf of the PSC will show that Mr. Leon Travis Blevins, who is the owner and operator of Misty Waterworks and of an unknown number of private wells serving approximately 100 customers, is unable or unwilling to provide safe and adequate water service to those customers, and that this commission should appoint an interim receiver until his general counsel can petition the circuit court to appoint a receiver to take control over those assets and place them under the control and responsibility of a receiver. Thank you. I can answer any questions you might have.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
When was that public hearing held?
June of 2023.
Okay. And about how many were in attendance? Customers were in attendance?
60. About 60.
60. How many testified?
Well, it wasn't really a public hearing.
Okay.
It was kind of a public meeting just so the PSC and DNR could get some information from the public.
Okay. There really wasn't testimony given,
There wasn't a judge presiding over it, so
Oh.
I believe it was just staff and DNR meeting
Correct.
with residents.
Okay. Thank
Correct. It
you.
was kind of a open house type
Sure.
of
Okay.
thing.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner questions at this point? I hear none.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. Mr. Blevins indicated that he does not operate Misty Waterworks. I assume that's something we're going to get into in testimony, correct?
Yes.
Additionally, you had indicated that there is an unknown number of wells. I assume that we're going to hear why that is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Well, I can call my first witness then?
Mr. Blevins might want to make an opening
Right.
statement.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Blevins, did you have an opening statement that you would like to make to the commission?
Well, I think so, sir. I'll try to make it real short, basically. I have not operated these wells for 20 years. I've only operated them about 3 to 4 years, and only recently did I purchase or acquire some of the other smaller wells. Acquired these wells from people that that they trusted me to take these wells over and improve them for the people that were using these wells. They're all small wells. There's only one well that I'm aware of that actually falls within the category of 15 connections or 25 users, and that's on the rolling hills. The fact of Misty Waterworks was just a DBA name that I used a little bit in the beginning of trying to put all these wells together. While I've owned these wells or have agreements or whatever condition I have possession of them, I operate them. I've replaced about every one of them or improved every one of them since I have had them. I've not built ever any of those wells whatsoever. They were only built for the subdivisions that were being put together by these particular contractors. The persons I acquired these wells from was Mr. Don Baker. He's a contractor, and he had these wells constructed just for the small subdivision that they were in, less than 15 connections. And Jim Parsons is another contractor. I acquired a couple, 3 wells from him and operated them. The same process there. They had got kind of tired of them, maybe, so to speak, and they were trying to retire as the same as I'm trying to retire. My next birthday, I'll be 80 years old, which is January of next year. I'm 79 at the present time. I have operated these wells. Had never had any intentions of putting them into a profitable type situation. As like a public water system. I think the only reason that they're in this public water system at the present time is Department of Natural Resources activated them on their own behalf or whatever by combining more than one well. Like in Charity, there's no single well in the Charity public water system that would qualify for 15 connections. You had to put them all together to make 15 connections at least. Same thing with the Misty Mountain, and we did testing on these wells when we first acquired them. Actually, even in the beginning, to get them into a homeowners association. One of the conditions that agreements that I had with the contractors is that's where we wanted to go, was to get them into a permanent situation that would be more comfortable for the people that use it. There's no other public people that can come in and ask for water. They're not connected. It's only for the people that are actually in that small subdivision area. Rolling Hills is a little bit different story because there's one well there. There used to be 2 wells there. One well we sold out and had one well left in Rolling Hills, which it has about 19 connections, I believe. That one would qualify for the public water system as a single well with 15 connections or more. At the present time, I have sold some of these wells, even from the beginning. I acquired them back in 2016 and 2018, and since that time, if we improved a well, which I've almost improved every single one of them by replacing pumps, motors, wire, pipe, etc., and etc., general maintenance. I never had any of the complaints, basically, that I hear that comes about now. I've never seen anything in writing from any complaining. During that particular meeting that was alluded to there, the public meeting, I was there, and I think there was maybe 2 to 3 families that had things to talk about or say. When we took over these wells in the beginning 20 years ago, the price for that particular water was about $30 a month. I think that's the complaints that I hear the most of, is why were the prices raised up? Well, over 20 years, things get more expensive. So that was one of my duties, or one of my objections, was to get these wells to paying for themselves, which they only barely do now. I have sold some of these wells, and what I have left is about 65 customers at the present time for water, and those would be the 3 public water systems that were put together by the Department of Natural Resources. I agree with the DNR. I appreciate the DNR for the work that they did do, helping me. They assisted me quite a bit, give me more knowledge about, what the conditions of the wells would be. We've tried to keep in contact with the DNR and follow all of their rules and regulations as we've gone along here with their involvement. One of the wells that is usually mentioned, especially with the boil order, as was alluded to earlier, that was a problem, still is a problem, but it's not bad water now because I had it connected, or I connected it to the Pulaski County water system, public water system there. And in the beginning, trying to figure out why that particular well had E. coli reports on it. I've heard different things about that I've refused to do this or refused to do that. I've never refused to do any of the corrections to get good water. Never. In fact, just the opposite. Made my investigations myself. We could not figure out what was going on with that particular well. It did take an extended period of time to find out, but I believe I have discovered why that there is a problem there. I don't have to go into it right now, but it's non-operational because it's hooked up to the Pulaski County Water District at the present time. And I purchased that water, and then there's five residences on that one well there.
And I'll remind you, this is just a summary
Yeah.
of what you want to tell the commission and is not actual testimony
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I really wanted to say was that I've never refused to correct something or to make it better. That was the whole intention. I've got putting these wells into a homeowners association has always been our objective, but we have to be supported also in a homeowners association, and that's the reason why I agree with the Department of Natural Resources now that there is good rules and support there that a homeowners association could rely upon, I think. I own property in each one of these systems. I live and draw water and use water from the Misty Mountain well systems, as DNR calls them, public water system. My residence is there. I own property in the other public water systems myself. So I think maybe, I think I've touched most of the points that I maybe would have done in the opening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blevins, and as I indicated, you'll have an opportunity to testify. Now, you haven't been sworn in yet, and you haven't offered testimony yet. You've said a lot of things that I have questions about, but I'm going to withhold those questions until such time as you're sworn in and testify. But do any commissioners have any questions at this point? I hear none. All right, thank you, Mr. Blevins. With that in mind, Mr. Blevins, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in at this point. We've done opening statements, and there are things that you may say, even when questioning witnesses, that may have evidentiary value. And as such, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in at this time, and you'll remain sworn in for the remainder of this hearing. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do understand. Yes, sir.
All right, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give during this evidentiary hearing today is the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Blevins. All right, with that in mind, as I indicated, it is now 9:33. I intend to stop promptly at 9:45, which unfortunately I believe will be during staff's witness. But with that in mind, staff, why don't you go ahead and call your first witness, Mr. Stamp.
Okay. Call Adam Stamp.
Mr. Stamp, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give at this evidentiary hearing is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Staff, you may go ahead and question your witness.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Adam Stamp, ADAMSTAMP.
And by whom are you employed and what's your position?
I am an analyst for the Missouri Public Service Commission.
And just generally, what are your job duties and responsibilities?
Investigate consumer complaints, do site visits to investigate water, sewer, and steam systems.
And your job duties include investigating water and sewer systems that are regulated and not regulated by the PSC?
Yes.
And just generally, what does that involve?
Site visits, interviews, internet searches, research.
And are you familiar with Leon Travis Blevins?
I am.
And what about Misty Waterworks?
Yes.
And how did you become familiar with those?
In December of 2022, the PSC received emails from Missouri Department of Natural Resources requesting information about Mr. Blevins and the water systems he operates. In addition to that, we also, at the same time, received several customer complaints.
And are you familiar with the different well systems that Mr. Blevins operates or owns?
Mostly.
And how did you become familiar with those?
Research, I'm talking to customers and Mr. Blevins himself.
And can you explain what it means to be a public water system generally under Missouri Department of Natural Resource regulations? Do you know?
DNR classifies a public water system, I believe, as at least 15 connections or serving 25 customers.
And do you know how many of Mr. Blevins' systems are considered public water systems under Missouri DNR regulations?
Currently 3.
Do you know which ones they are?
That would be the Charity system near Dixon, the Misty Mountain system near St. Roberts, and the Rolling Hills system near Richland.
Are they different than systems that aren't designated public water systems?
They are.
Okay, and how are they different than the ones that aren't designated?
Larger neighborhoods serving more people, whereas the other wells that Mr. Blevins operates or formerly operated might serve only 2 or 3 houses.
Okay. Are they still regulated by DNR, do you know?
No.
Do they still, the ones that are not designated public water systems, do they still provide water service to residents?
They do.
And do you know which ones those are?
Somewhat.
Do they get different treatment from DNR?
They are not regulated by DNR.
Okay, do they get different treatment from the PSC?
No.
Okay, I mean, if they were regulated, would they get different treatment from the PSC?
No.
Can you explain that?
If Mr. Blevins is charging customers for water service, then he should be regulated by the PSC.
Okay. Does it matter how big the system is?
No.
So did you eventually have the opportunity to investigate Mr. Blevins' business?
I did.
And so when did that investigation begin?
December of 2022.
Okay, and that was prompted by those complaints that were filed?
Correct.
And do you know what the nature of those complaints were?
There were various things. Most alarming was probably water quality issues, specifically bacteria in the water. There were also several customers that were angry about apparent ownership change, that their wells had been purchased by Mr. Blevins, and he immediately raised the rates.
If I could approach.
Please.
And you, Mark Exhibit 1.
Hmm?
How do you want me to mark it?
I assume the court reporter can mark them. Is that correct? And this is Exhibit 1, correct?
just want to put a 1 on it.
Careful about talking without being by the mic, so Commissioner Wilson can hear you. Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you tell me what that is? What those are?
These are complaints to the PSC from customers of Misty Waterworks.
And are those obtained by the PSC in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And how does the PSC get those?
Phone calls, complaints on our online system.
And without divulging any of the confidential information, like the name of the consumers or any of that, basically, how many different complaints are there?
Could you speak a little closer to the
Sure.
microphone?
Sorry. How many different complaints are there?
In this document,
Yes.
probably around 7, 8.
Okay, and were those the complaints that you were talking about that started your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And just generally, what are they complaining about?
Mr. Blevins apparently purchased the wells that feed the customer homes here and immediately raised the rates.
I asked that Exhibit 1 be entered into evidence.
Has Exhibit 1 previously been provided to Mr. Blevins?
No.
Mr. Blevins, have you had an opportunity to look over staff's Exhibit 1?
Not all of these, no, sir.
Do you want to take a moment to look it over?
I'm doing that at the present time as best I can here.
Okay, I'm going to ask you if you have any objections to admitting Exhibit 1 onto the record. Why don't you take a quick look at it and let me know when you're finished?
Right now?
Yes.
Okay, one moment. If it's okay, I'll just read through this at the same time and speak with you at the same time.
No, we're not going to talk about this exhibit now. What staff is asking to do is to move it onto the hearing record so that it has evidentiary value. It is evidence that they are offering for admission. I'm asking if you are objecting to this evidence of theirs being incorporated into the record for the commission to consider in making its decision. Before I ask you whether or not you have any objections, I would like you to have an opportunity to look at this exhibit since you haven't previously had an opportunity to, so that I'm not just asking you whether you have any objections to a document that you are not familiar with. So take a moment and look it over and just let me know when you're finished. You will have an opportunity to question Mr. Stamp about this, should you want to,
Okay.
if it's admitted onto the record. As a matter of fact, why don't you do that while we break for agenda? It is now 9:44. It looks like agenda's going to be about an hour, so why don't we come back at 11? And that'll allow roughly 45 minutes from the time agenda starts, if not 11 immediately after agenda. For your information, Mr. Blevins, the commission has a weekly meeting during which it goes over commission business. Unfortunately, the only day I could fit your hearing in was on a day that we do that. So we are going to recess from now until we'll all be back down here at 11 o'clock or as soon as agenda concludes. Mr. Stamp, I'll remind you when you come back that you are still under oath. With that, we will recess until 11 o'clock after agenda, and we'll go off the record. It does not appear we are. Let's go back on the record. Okay, Mr. Stamp, if you would come back up to the witness stand. And when we left off, staff had just offered their Exhibit 1 for admission onto the hearing record. Mr. Blevins, have you had an opportunity to look at Exhibit 1?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any objections to admitting it onto the hearing record?
I have no objection to enter it in as an exhibit, so to speak. I do have questions in reference to it, though.
When you say in reference to it, do you mean about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you'll have an opportunity, if you have no objections that would require clarification, you'll have an opportunity to ask Mr. Stamp here
Okay.
questions about it when it's your turn to question him.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
given that there's no objection, Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted onto the hearing record, and staff, you may continue your direct examination.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Stamp, could you please describe your investigation?
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Blevins, also spoke to his customers, visited well sites, visited the customers' homes, looked at their bills, looked at any other notices that he had sent them.
And how often did you talk, you said you talked to the residents, how, about how many of the residents did you talk to?
Personally, probably between 10 and 15. When you figure in the hearings, it'd be a much higher number.
Okay, about how many residents are there total, do you know?
Customers?
Yeah, customers.
At the beginning of our investigation, there were around 100 connections. Mr. Blevins has since sold some of those.
Okay, so you talked to about how many of those?
25%?
Okay. And how often did you talk to them?
Weekly.
And what did you learn from talking to the residents?
Pretty high level of discontent, whether it be through his billing practices or the quality of service itself. For example, lines freezing in the winter, water quality issues like bacteria, and just inconsistent billing.
And when you say inconsistent billing, can you explain what you mean by that?
As far as I can tell, based on my conversations with customers, some may have the same service on the same system but be paying different amounts because they're not billed for usage, but rather based on time.
What do you mean by that?
Monthly, usually.
So they're just paid, or I mean, they're billed like for 30 days, or what do you mean by based on time?
Customers, based on what I've seen in the bills, can prepay for a set amount of months or by the month.
Okay, so they're not metered?
Correct.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay. And is that, is there something wrong with that?
It can make for inaccurate situations, I guess. Mr. Blevins maybe adds charges for things like swimming pools or livestock, but usage is not measured.
Okay, so somebody with a swimming pool might be charged differently than someone without a swimming pool?
Correct.
Okay, and that's based on whether they're paying monthly or bi-monthly or 6 months?
Based on what I've seen, usually, yes.
Okay. If they were regulated by the PSC, how would that be different? Or would it be different?
We would probably try to clarify the billing practices,
How so?
likely based on usage.
Okay, is that how other utilities do their billing?
Typically.
And you said you had a public meeting that you held,
Yes,
and when was that?
that was on June 1st,
Of 2023?
2023, yes.
And where was that held?
That was held at a public hall in Waynesville.
And can you tell me about that?
Very well attended, probably somewhere between 60 and 80 people. Very high level of discontent.
And what was the purpose behind having that?
We were unsure of the size of Mr. Blevins' customer base, and we wanted to speak to them directly in a larger forum rather than individually. And we wanted to hear what they had to say.
Okay, so how was this brought together?
By my supervisor, Kurt Gately, and I.
Okay, how did you do that? I mean, did you send out notices? What did you do to bring?
We did. Fortunately, Mr. Blevins gave us a list of customers, and we sent notices to them.
Okay,
And DNR was there as well.
okay, and then, so did that help staff in any way, having this open forum?
Yes.
How so? Can you explain that?
There were a lot of clarifications of not necessarily assumptions, but issues that we thought were going on. And again, we were able to speak directly to customers, which was very beneficial to us.
Okay, and what kind of things did they tell you, or did you learn from that?
A lot of unhappy customers. Again, water quality issues, issues with the service, lines freezing in the winter, issues with how Mr. Blevins has tried to fix some of the service problems that have happened, and inconsistent billing.
Okay, same kind of issues that you were just talking about?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked Exhibit 2. Can you approach?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
These are public comments we've received from, that the PSC has received from customers of Mr. Blevins.
And these are the customer comments that were filed in his complaint case?
That's correct.
Okay, the WC 2023-0353?
Yes.
And just generally, what are the gist of the comments?
Customers unhappy with their service.
And are the comments that were filed in the complaint case, are those similar to the types of comments that you received at the public meeting and throughout your investigation?
Yes.
Ask that Exhibit 2 be entered into evidence.
Mr. Blevins, have you had an opportunity to look over Staff Exhibit 2?
I have.
Do you have any objections to admitting it onto the hearing record?
I have no objection, sir.
Staff Exhibit 2 is admitted onto the hearing record.
So you talked about some customer service type issues raised by the residents. Anything in particular, any specific type of issues that were raised by customers to you, just over the course of your investigation?
The biggest concern is probably the water quality issues, finding bacteria in the water, and Mr. Blevins' inability to fix the problem in a timely manner.
Did he try to fix any of the problems that you know of?
I don't know.
Now, how are some of these, how were some of these problems brought to your attention?
Initially by the Missouri Department of Natural Resources, and afterward by customers.
Okay, how did the customers get in touch with you about about their problems with the wells?
Phone calls to the PSC,
Okay, did they send you letters, emails, any of that?
everything.
Okay. And when did they give you access to any social media or?
They have.
Okay, and can you describe that?
Again, customers that are not receiving safe and adequate service.
Okay. Can you, let me go back to that. Did you get, you said they sent you emails and did they give you access to any of their Facebook accounts or any of the social media?
There are private social media groups where these neighborhoods can talk amongst themselves, talk about issues in their neighborhoods. One of which there is particularly a lot of traffic about their water service. And I was given access to that group to monitor the situation.
Okay, and why were you given access to that?
The customers felt that it was a good way for them to express the situations they were having to deal with.
And who gave you, sorry, let me take that back. And were you able to get on that Facebook account and look at some of the things that the residents were putting on that account?
I was.
And what did you learn anything from it? Did you see anything from it?
A less formal way to see what customers had to say, as opposed to the meeting we held. Sort of pretty much just echoes of the same things we had been hearing from the beginning.
Did you get a sense of how the residents felt about how their issues were being handled by Mr. Blevins?
Extreme discontent.
What were they saying about how he handled the issues? Did he seem to be cognizant of them? Did he seem to be, cognizant of their troubles?
I think the majority of customers felt that Mr. Blevins was not doing a good enough job to try to correct the situation.
And why would you think, what made you think that?
Throughout this whole case, we've heard from a lot of very unhappy customers.
What would they say?
Unreliable service. When there are issues, failure to fix them in a timely manner.
And, okay, so did you have an opportunity, you said you went on some site visits and actually looked at some of the wells?
I did.
And how many of those wells did you look at? Can you tell me about those site visits?
I believe at the time there were 19.
Okay. And did you go look at all of them?
I visited 17 or 18 of them.
And when did you do that?
Numerous times, particularly January of 2023, again in August of 2023.
And did you take pictures when you were there?
I did.
And did you see the wells that were part of the Misty Waterworks systems?
The Misty Mountain system.
Misty Mountain, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes,
Okay. And any of the smaller private wells?
I have.
So just generally, when you went and saw those, what did you see? Can you describe that?
Various situations. Some are newer and a little better kept. Most, I would say, are in disrepair, not kept up to the standards they should be. Poor maintenance, poor lack of safety measures to prevent problems.
Okay, can you elaborate, what do you mean by that? Like disrepair?
So this well will sit in a well house. It was not uncommon to see the well house falling apart. In some, there are holes in the roofs. We found some without the door on. This could lead to tampering. It could lead to, wildlife issues. It could lead to freezing.
I'm going to hand you, may I approach?
Yes.
Hand you, and mark exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
I
picture?
do.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of a well on Tigger Lane within Mr. Blevins' Misty Mountain system.
How do you recognize that?
I visited the site.
And how did you get those pictures?
I took the picture myself.
And what was the circumstances behind how you got that picture?
I visited with a neighbor who receives water service from this well, and he suggested that I take a look inside here.
And what was the purpose of you getting that picture? I mean, was that part of your site visit?
It was.
And was that picture taken as part of your duties in the normal, ordinary course of business?
Yes.
As an analyst for PSC?
Correct.
Is that picture kept in your files and records in the normal and ordinary course of business at the Missouri PSC?
Yes.
And can you describe what that picture shows?
It's staff's opinion that there's poor maintenance going on here, a lack of cleanliness. You can see from algae on all the equipment there that there are leaks, exposed wires. This, you can't see it in this picture, but this particular well house has parts of the roof missing. So wildlife is able to get in and be around the equipment.
Okay, but can you just kind of describe what is in that picture?
Yes, that's a well that leads to a pressure tank that leads to pipes that will go out into the distribution system that feeds the customers' houses.
And what about these wires?
Those wires would be coming from a power source, and Mr. Blevins will use them to power the well pump and other various equipment, maybe a heater.
Does anything stand out that concerns you here?
The cleanliness is a big deal, especially because several customers have had issues with their water quality. Also, the exposed wiring could lead to problems.
Are there any dangers that you see or any other concerns?
I could see it being hazardous, yes.
And is this, would you say this is typical of some of the other wells that you saw that Mr. Blevins owned or operates?
Some of them.
Last at Exhibit 4, or what number are we on? 3, be entered into evidence.
Mr. Blevins, do you have any objections to admitting Staff Exhibit 3 onto the hearing record?
No objection.
Staff Exhibit 3 is admitted onto the hearing record.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And can you explain what that is, that document is?
These are pictures from a customer.
And how did you get them?
She sent them to me.
And can you explain why you would have gotten that from a customer?
She was worried about the state of the well that's supplying water to her home.
And is this the same well that, or same picture of the same well that was in Exhibit 3?
No, different well.
Okay. And so what's the significance behind how you got this picture?
To the customer?
I mean, did you ask for this picture?
She sent me these because she was concerned with the condition of the equipment that supplies her water.
But you didn't ask for the picture.
No,
And so those pictures were obtained by you as part of your duties and in the normal and ordinary course of business as a staff member of the PSC?
correct.
And are those pictures kept in your files in the normal and ordinary course of business,
They are.
PSC? Okay. And can you just kind of describe there's 3 pictures here, correct? Attached to Exhibit 4?
Correct.
Okay, can you just describe what are in each of the 3 pictures for the record?
We see
Like, what's in the first picture? We'll just go through them.
picture 1 is mainly of the distribution that will take water from the source and send it out to customers' homes.
Okay, so each of those red levers, are those each different distribution pipes, I guess, or?
Yes, shut-off valves specifically.
Okay, so this, well, would I be correct in describing that this one serves 4 different homes then?
Now, when you say red, I'm
I'm
looking
sorry, you
at
don't
black and white, so.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll give you the color copy. There's 3 valves how many houses would this well serve? Can you tell by the picture?
Based on what I see, I believe it would be 4, but I am not certain of that.
Okay. And then there's a pressure valve somewhere, or a pressure gauge?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's a bunch of wires?
Correct.
Okay. And what are those wires, what are they connected to, or what do they do?
Anything that needs electricity for a power source.
Okay, and then there looks to be like a lamp up in the corner, top right corner of the picture. What is that for? Do you know?
I assume that Mr. Blevins does that for heat to prevent freezing.
All right. And then the next picture, what is that a picture of? I mean, is that the same well house? These are all the same well house, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what is the second picture?
The second picture, I assume, was taken to illustrate that the door is not being kept on the well house.
Okay. That's just a further away picture, I guess?
From the outside looking in, yes.
And the third picture, just another vantage point of it?
Correct.
Okay. Does anything stand out to you in those pictures that concerns you?
Yes.
And what would that, can you describe what that would be?
I guess I would just say poor maintenance.
What do you mean by that?
This is a source providing a neighborhood with water. And the poor job of wiring, the lack of upkeep inside the house itself, not keeping the door on the house to prevent tampering or animals or freezing here in a few months, is concerning to me.
Okay. Are there any specific examples besides that
Of
that give you concern?
I would be concerned over the electrical wires that we see there. They're just not kept better.
So this is a well house for water, and there's all these electrical wires all over the place?
Correct.
And so what, there other problems that this could cause?
Potentially, yes.
Like what?
We see the power source actually coming in from the outside, meaning that anyone could have easy access to the power source for the well house.
And this is one of Mr. Blevins' wells that he owns and operates?
Correct, on the charity system, I believe.
Okay. All right, I'll ask that Exhibit 4 be entered into evidence.
I've got a few questions. Why is this a black and white one?
I can give you the color copy.
Would it be possible to get a color version of the exhibit before the end of the day? I don't
Sure.
want to take your only copy.
Sure, I can just print off color copies.
Okay. You said this is on the charity system?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
I know I'm not talking about this exhibit, but what system was the previous Exhibit 3 on?
Exhibit 3 would have been from Mr. Blevins' Misty Mountain public water system.
Okay. Mr. Blevins, do you have any objection to admitting Staff Exhibit 4 onto the hearing record?
No objection, sir.
Staff Exhibit 4 is admitted onto the hearing record.
So did you discuss any of these problems with Mr. Blevins?
Yes.
And what was his reaction?
Mr. Blevins expressed concern, but his actions have not followed through.
Like, what do you mean by that specifically?
Both the PSC and DNR have requested that Mr. Blevins try to improve his practices, and he has not done as much.
Like, could you give me specifics? Like, what do you mean? What specifically was he asked to do to fix what problems? And then what didn't he do?
The topo drive well on the Misty Mountain system failed bacteria test in August of 2022. DNR then put that well onto a boil order and requested that Mr. Blevins act to fix the problem. It remained on boil order and failing test until April of 2023 when it failed permanently.
Okay, and what about the problems with, I'm sorry.
Failed bacteria tests.
And specific to these wells, did you ask him to make any fixes to these wells that were in Exhibit 3 and 4?
Most of his interactions, as far as that goes, have been with DNR, but yes, we have.
And specifically, what did he fix or did he not fix?
He has not improved much. Most of the problems that DNR has dealt with Mr. Blevins about remain to be solved.
Like specifically, do you know any specifics or not?
Still customer service issues. Customers continue to complain about lines freezing in the winter. There have still been bacteria concerns with multiple wells. And again, the lack of consistency in the billing.
Okay, do you think, have you corresponded or spoken with anyone else, like the city or county water system or water district?
Briefly, yes.
And which one? Who?
Pulaski County Public Water Supply District Number 2.
And can you tell me about that?
Yes. They are now supplying part of Mr. Blevins' system with water because Mr. Blevins' well failed and he was unable to find a solution to that.
Okay, which well, which part of his system are they providing water to?
The Topo Drive well on the Misty Mountain system that failed the bacteria test in August of 2022 remained on boil order for 8 months until April of 2023 when it structurally failed permanently and the county began supplying water to the system for these people.
Okay, and so is there any reason why the Pulaski County Water Company or Water District couldn't have been hooked up to the Blevins system prior to that?
No.
And so why wasn't it hooked up before that?
I don't know.
Do you know if it's feasible for that water system to be hooked up to the Blevins system?
I don't.
And so you said you had contact with the Missouri DNR, Department of Natural Resources. Did you contact them? They contact you? How How did that happen?
Initially, they contacted my supervisor, Mr. Kurt Gately.
Okay. And do you know about when that was?
December of 2022.
Okay, do you know what what prompted that?
Yes, the failure of bacteria tests from that Topo Drive well in August prompted it. In addition to the fact that they realized that Mr. Blevins was charging for water service and thought that he should be regulated by the PSC.
Okay, so they contacted the PSC.
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what they wanted PSC to do?
They wanted us to look into the situation.
Do you know what they had done before contacting us or contacting the PSC with regard to Mr. Blevins' systems?
They had tried to work with Mr. Blevins to fix the issues that customers were having.
What the issues?
Mainly the water quality issues, the particular well that was on boil order for failed bacteria tests.
Do you know if they had any luck with that?
They did not.
Okay. And what do they think they could be accomplished if both agencies work together? Do you know?
Hopefully safe and adequate service.
And how did the PSC feel about that, do you know? About working together with the DNR?
We hoped for a better situation for the customers.
And so you talked about Mr. Blevins charging his residents for use of the water. Did you receive documentation explaining or showing how he charges the residents for the water service?
Yes.
Okay, and who did you get that information from?
Various customers.
Okay, and
Can I ask a question here? Because we've been
Sure.
over this twice. Now, we've talked about billing before, which would make a lot of sense to me if we were talking about the complaint case, but we're here on the receivership. And under 393145, that billing isn't listed as one of the reasons. So I'm concerned that we may be confusing these or putting them together in a way that something that's unnecessary is actually being used as a support for other stuff. So I'm not sure why we're getting into billing, because that has to do with more whether or not the system should be regulated and not whether he is unwilling or unable to provide service or whether he's abandoned it.
well, I think it goes to his ability to provide adequate service. He's the way he's been charging shows that he's taken control of these wells and has taken ownership of the wells and is trying to service the wells. We're trying to also figure out which wells he owns, and some of the billing information shows that he's what he's doing to the customers, how he's trying to get he's trying to bill the customers for the wells he owns, how he conducts his business.
How is staff defining adequate here? When they say safe and adequate service, I mean, safe seems to be kind of obvious, but I'm not sure what you mean when you say it goes to adequacy.
Well, adequacy, it goes to the customer service as well as like how it's not just providing the water, but also providing the customer service to the customers if they have questions about how he's billing them. He's trying to he's charging them for it as well, and so how he's providing that, how he's trying to recover his charges for the service he's providing, and his billing practices, it just goes towards his billing practices. Make any sense?
Okay, there's no objection, so I'm gonna.
Judge, if I may. I think a lack of consistency and reliability as far as adequacy goes.
Thank you. There's no standing objection, so I'm gonna allow you to continue down this line of questioning.
And so can you explain how you know about how Mr. Blevins charges for the water usage?
Customers have been very forthcoming with any documents they get from Mr. Blevins.
Okay. And approach.
Yes.
And you was been marked exhibit 5. Can you describe what those documents are?
These are documents that customers have received from Mr. Blevins.
And what information do they contain?
Billing amounts, notices of ownership change of the wells that provide them with service, notice of their particular systems being enrolled with DNR as a public water supply system.
And what do they show about how Mr. Blevins conducts his business?
Could you be more specific?
Let's see.
It shows that he's billing for service.
Okay, does he, is he being consistent across the different customers on how he's billing?
No.
And how, is that, do these documents show that?
Yes.
And do you see any problems with what Mr. Blevins is doing as far as the PSC is concerned?
Mr. Blevins is not regulated by the PSC, yet he is charging for water service.
Okay, is there any rhyme or reason, does it look like there's any rhyme or reason for how he's doing this? How he's conducting his business and how he's charging?
Could you be more specific, please?
Does there seem to be any consistency on how he's charging different clients or different residents for the water?
No.
For example, there are late fees on here to some of the residents. Is that something that would be problem?
Yes.
How so?
Mr. Blevins is charging for service, charging late fees when he's not regulated by the PSC.
Okay. As you did, does it, never, strike that. So what effect or ramification might his actions have on those residents without any kind of regulatory oversight of his business practices?
They're subjected to basically whatever rate he feels is adequate.
Okay, and is there anybody or any agency to determine what that adequate rate is?
No.
Okay, and if he was regulated, would there be?
Yes,
And that would be the PSC, correct?
correct.
Okay. But right now, he can charge anybody anything.
That's correct.
I asked that Exhibit 5 be entered into evidence.
Mr. Blevins, do you have any objections to
No
admitting-
objection, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blevins. Would you mind in the future waiting until I'm finished asking my question before you answer?
I'm sorry.
It's okay, thank you. Staff Exhibit 5 is admitted onto the hearing record.
So was anybody else on staff involved in this investigation?
Just my supervisor, Kurt Gately.
And what kind of involvement did he have?
Mainly just oversight of me,
Like, can you explain
my
that?
investigation.
Okay. And so what, so did what you learned during your investigation influence your actions going forward?
Could you be more specific?
Based on what you learned during your investigation, did you, what did you do?
Yes, we felt that Mr. Blevins should be regulated by the PSC based on the service he was providing and the way he was providing it.
And did you make any recommendations based on your investigation?
I did.
And so what did your investigation reveal about Misty Waterworks as a business?
That Misty Waterworks does not necessarily exist as a business. Mr. Blevins uses that name when sending bills or notices to customers. But that Mr. Blevins is providing water service for around 100 connections in Pulaski County at the time.
And what did your investigation reveal about how he maintains his books and accounts? Did you find out anything about that?
Some inconsistencies, sort of hard to track, I guess.
And what do you mean by that, hard to track?
It's difficult to be able to understand how he decides what to bill his customers.
Okay. And did you have any problems about trying to figure out how to his accounts for his billing?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Did you have any problems figuring out his books and his accounts? Did you have a chance to look at that, I guess, first of all?
Some, whatever Mr. Blevins was willing to share.
Okay, and did he share any of that?
Some.
Okay, and based on what you saw, did you have any problems figuring out his books and accounts?
It was difficult to do so.
Okay, and how so?
Handwritten, a lot of times not necessarily legible, just difficult to understand.
Okay, and what did you have difficulty understanding? I mean, what do you mean by that, difficult to understand?
His billing practices, how records are kept.
Can you give me an example?
We have no way of understanding why Mr. Blevins charges the rates he charges to particular households.
Okay. Did you have a chance to try to figure out what wells Mr. Blevins actually owns?
I investigated that through Pulaski County records.
Okay, and what did you find out?
Very difficult to understand based on my search. I think that Mr. Blevins owns or has easements to about half the wells that he, at the time, was charging people for service from.
So was he charging people for service for wells that he didn't own?
I can't say for sure, but based on Pulaski County records, it looked to be.
So yes?
I don't know.
Okay. So what you're saying, it was hard to figure out what he owned and what he didn't own?
Correct.
Okay. And does that seem to be a problem?
Yes.
And why is that a problem?
If Mr. Blevins does not own or have easements to these water wells and their distribution systems, then he shouldn't be able to charge customers for service that they are providing.
Okay. Are any of those issues still being brought to your attention?
Yes.
Has Mr. Blevins provided you with information about the wells he owns and what he's doing about them?
Some.
What do you mean by some?
Incomplete records, difficult to understand.
Okay, and can you give me an example of that, or can you explain what you mean by that?
Mr. Blevins submitted some property records when he submitted an application to the PSC for a CCN.
Did he, when you say that, do you mean he didn't provide all of them, or what do you mean by that?
Correct.
So are you certain that, so are you saying that the information that you got is not completely accurate, or what, I guess, what are you trying to say?
I can't be certain.
Can't be certain that it's accurate, or?
No.
Okay. So since you started your investigation, do things seem to be better or worse for the residents with regard to their water service?
I would say it's the same.
Is that, in your opinion, is that good, bad, indifferent?
I would call it poor.
Do you think Mr. Blevins can do better?
I do.
Do you think he would do better?
I don't know.
All right. Last one. Last one for this. This. May I approach?
Yes.
you what's marked Exhibit 6? Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that exhibit? What's that document?
This is a PSC staff memorandum.
And was that document prepared by you in the normal and ordinary course of your business as a data analyst with the Missouri PSC?
Yes,
It's kept in your files in the normal and ordinary course of business as a data analyst?
yes,
And it's information made at or near the time of the acts or events described in the document?
yes.
Okay. And what's in that document?
PSC staff's recommendation
Recommendation for?
to not grant Mr. Blevins with a CCN.
Was this also what was filed with the petition for interim receivership?
Yes,
And so does this document basically describe what you've testified to here today?
yes,
And does it include your findings of your investigation, your recommendations?
yes,
Okay. And it explains your conclusions and reasonings for that?
it does.
I'll ask that Exhibit 6 be entered into evidence.
Mr. Blevins, do you have any objection to admitting Exhibit 6, which is staff's memorandum from the CCN case, case number WA-2023-0418?
No objection.
Staff's Exhibit 6 is admitted onto the hearing record.
It was also attached to the petition in this case. So would you say that Mr. Blevins is providing safe and adequate water service to the residents of the system that he operates?
No,
And how safe do you think the water is for the residents that use the water provided by his systems?
depends on the location. For some, unsafe.
Are some of them safe, do you think?
I don't know.
Does staff think that Mr. Blevins can continue to operate Misty Waterworks successfully?
No,
Do you think he can do that in a safe and adequate manner?
no.
And why not?
Mr. Blevins' practices to this point have not been safe and adequate.
Can you explain what it means to be operating an authorized water utility? For PSC purposes?
That you are regulated by the PSC.
And are the systems he's operating, would they, I'll strike that. Is staff contending that the systems that Mr. Blevins is operating, are they subject to PSC regulations?
Yes,
So why does staff think a receiver should be appointed in this case?
yes.
And how, can you explain why?
Mr. Blevins has shown an inability to provide safe and adequate water service.
And what concerns do you have if no receiver is appointed? What does staff have?
That customers will continue to have poor service.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Blevins, it's your turn to ask questions of this witness. You can ask questions about exhibits that were submitted. You can ask questions about exhibits that you may have brought today. You may ask questions about what he has testified to. The important thing being that they are, in fact, questions. It is not an opportunity to, at this time, to rebut or to offer testimony of your own. You'll have an opportunity to do so. But if you have questions you want to ask this witness, as you indicated earlier you had about some of the exhibits, now would be the time to do that.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to exhibit number 1, I guess. And I said,
Strike that name.
Yes.
And Brian, will you be sure that that name's struck from the recording? Mr. Blevins, the commission's not allowed to release customer-specific information. I'm going to ask you can certainly ask, I'd ask that you refer to it by complaint inquiry number at the top or by the page of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pages. So if you can do that, please do not mention a customer's name again.
okay, I'm sorry. Complaint inquiry number C2023000642. In your complaint inquiry, you said increase the cost of water pretty dramatically to the residents routing to our water sewer department. I guess we go back to this magic word of billing. Do you have a document that shows a billing for this particular complaint?
The customer provided us with the documents that he received.
What document is that? I don't see one.
It's not included in this exhibit.
Not included. Okay. In this same complaint, was there any mention that that there was a past due account?
In this particular complaint?
In that complaint, yes, sir.
No.
No. Well, in your investigation, who else did you talk to about that particular complaint?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Who else did you talk to in your investigation about that particular complaint?
About the complaint from this customer.
Yes.
I spoke with this customer and the neighboring customers that are fed by the same water supply.
What did you ask them a question about? Mostly just increased payment or increased charge? Did you ask them how they were charged?
I did.
How were they charged then?
A flat rate in addition to increases if they owned pools or livestock.
I believe in this particular well and in safe and providing safe water that you do not water livestock. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance.
Your objection's overruled. Your question, is that, would you restate your question?
I was
Your
trying-
question, is the water used to water livestock?
Ye-
Or is the question whether or not he knows whether livestock is watered?
Well, that is part of the investigation, sir. I'm trying to ask how he's actually doing an investigation, or is it a one-sided transaction with the complainant?
I understand that, and I'm going to allow you to ask your question in regard to livestock. I'm just wondering if you can clarify the question.
Yes, livestock. You mentioned that there was charges for livestock. Is that correct?
Based on bills that I saw, yes, sir.
What bill did you see that charged livestock, or it's to my understanding that a water well would not be used, a drinking water well would not be used to water livestock. Is that correct?
That would be up to the customer.
That would not be very safe, in my opinion. I'll just go by that. In complainant number C202300644. In your investigation, who did you talk to about that particular complaint?
Judge, I'm going to object to going through every single one of these complaints. That's not relevant to this case.
Why is it not relevant to this case? You introduced these for a reason. Why shouldn't he be able to ask questions about them?
I introduced them as notice that that's when the investigation started. These complaints notified staff that there was a problem, and that's what started the investigation.
Okay, that may have been your reason for introducing it, but Mr. Blevins may have a different reason he wants to offer it, or he wants to ask questions about it. I'm going to let him go ahead and ask questions about it.
Okay.
So your
Thank you.
objection is overruled.
Thank you. My question again, Mr. Stamp, was who else did you talk to about this complaint, your investigation process?
Mr. Blevins, I'm not sure. When you say investigation process, I'm not sure what you mean. So
The,
do you just want to know who else he talked to during his investigation?
yes, I do. I would like to know how far did you carry your investigation, or did you just take the word of someone telling you something?
Each of the customers in these complaints here have called the PSC. I have personally visited and spoken face-to-face with several of them.
Several, how many? You say several,
30%?
okay. In that same complaint inquiry, or complainant, did you determine that the customer was 2 years past due in their rent, or not rent, but water usage or payment for water usage?
No, sir, but the customers were concerned that you had supposedly bought the wells and raised the rates, and they were unsure if you actually now owned the wells.
Well, okay. And complaint number C202300645. The complaint, again, about the same complaint. Did you talk to anyone else about that particular case or complaint?
The complaints we see here all come from neighboring houses, and I spoke to
This
several.
particular one right here, did you talk with anyone else?
Could you be more specific, please?
What do you mean, anyone else, Mr. Blevins?
Well, I was trying to be more specific from Mr. Stamp as to who he talked to.
Okay, again, I don't want to say names of customers here. Can we strike that from the
Okay.
transcript? And Brian, would you see that that is taken out of the recording?
Yeah.
And I'm going to caution you again
Oh.
about using customer names, or we're going to have to severely limit your ability to question in regard to those.
Okay.
So when you say talk to other people, do you mean talk to the person who made the complaint, or talk to other residents about that person's complaint? I think that's the clarity that's being requested.
Other residents.
Okay.
Did you talk with the owner of the well?
It's unclear who owns the well.
Okay. Did you talk with the previous owner of the well?
No.
Okay. Was there a date that this all started? This complaint? When did the new owners take over this well? Do you have a date?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. In a complaint C202300646, in your investigation, did you determine that complainant was $960 past due on paying water to whoever owned the well?
No.
Okay. In complaint inquiry C202300647. Again, I guess the complaint would be then an increase in the amount of the charge for water. Again, did you determine that the past due amount was over 2 years old? Had never been paid for 2 years, the water? Did you determine that in your investigation?
No.
In complaint C202300649, it says that a property owners were sent a notice threatening to disconnect their well service if they don't agree to a new contract that includes rate increases of up to 15% per quarter. Do you have that document?
I've seen the document.
Pardon?
The customers gave me the documents.
Do you have the document that says, that threatens them to disconnect their service? Do you have that document? I didn't see it in here.
Currently, no.
No. Did you see a document?
Yes,
Did you provide that particular document with the owners of the wells at that time? In your investigation?
could you repeat the question, please?
In your investigation, did you share that information with whoever owned the well at that time, or whoever was sending this threatening letter of sorts that you allude to on that case file, right, or this complaint?
I'm afraid I don't understand what you're asking me.
He's asking you if you shared, you had indicated that you saw the document threatening to disconnect the customers, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's asking if you shared that document with the well owner.
It's difficult to know for sure who owns the well.
Is that a no?
Well, I'm not going to.
Blevins, I'm asking a question. Is that a no?
No.
Go on, Mr. Blevins.
Okay, thank you. On complaint C202300657, it says here, that the complaint is the same area as the Rowden Lane, Waynesville residents whose wells were sold, who is now threatening disconnection if the residents don't pay drastically higher rates for water I think when you say this is related together, how far away is Topo Drive from the Rowden property?
Again, Mr. Blevins, I'm going to ask you, you keep using, well, this is a,
Rowden Street.
I understand, I'm looking at it. No, I think you're fine, go ahead.
Rowden Lane and Topo Drive, how far apart are those properties?
I'm not sure.
Would you say they're 5 miles or down the block or 20 miles? In your investigation, you have a complaint here. I'm trying to determine how you really investigated things that you put on this piece of paper or on this exhibit.
Mr. Blevins, would you give him a moment to answer the question? You had given him a number of options as to how far apart these two properties were, but you haven't let him answer yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Closer to 20 than 5.
In your investigation, would you say that they're not really related then, or together?
Both have a common owner and
Who is the owner?
water provider.
Who's the owner? Well, not disregard that question. I don't want you to mention the name, I guess. Again, it's threatening disconnection if the residents don't pay drastically higher rates for water. Do you have that particular document? How was that threatened in your investigation? Is that a threat? I mean, was that in writing?
Could you clarify, please?
Well, I'm trying to clarify. It says here is now threatening disconnection if the residents don't pay drastically higher rates for water. What document shows that threatening? How did you determine the threatening in your investigation? I'm just trying to find out about your investigation and how you did that. And what are you sharing with anyone else? Was this shared maybe with
Judge
the
Clark?
owner?
I'm not seeing a question at this point. You seem to be engaging in a narrative. So let's cut back to the question and see if
Okay.
we can clarify that.
I'm sorry.
And I guess,
again.
is your question, how did you determine
How,
that?
yes. How did you determine that that threat of disconnection?
Based on what customers have told us.
No other documents then? In your investigation, no further documents, just what they told you? Is that correct or not?
Judge Clark, could I, before we continue, just clarify maybe for Mr. Blevins the nature of this exhibit? I think these are mostly, and Mr. Stamp can correct me if I'm wrong, but these are mostly notes taken based off of phone calls, communications that he had with customers, and not, I wouldn't say that they're so much a report of an investigation.
That's correct.
That may be correct, but these complaint inquiry descriptions say such things as that they're now threatening disconnection if the residents don't pay drastically higher rates. I mean, I believe he's perfectly entitled to inquire whether or not your witness saw actual documentation of that or whether he was told that. I think that that's a valid question. And so I'll allow Mr. Blevins to ask that question.
Did you see those documents? Those threatening documents?
I've seen documents that terminate the customer's rights.
What that document?
I don't think that answers the question. I guess the question, as I understand it, is in regard to this particular complaint, is that information about threatening disconnection, was that reported to you, or did you see actual evidence of that?
Reported.
Thank you.
To your knowledge and investigation, was there any water turned off? Disconnected? Based on those threatening?
When you can see he's thinking about answering the question, please let him answer the question before you continue.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, I think I'll go to number 2 at the present time.
Do you mean Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2. It says link consumer comments. I guess there's how did you investigate this particular, I don't know, a complaint? It's a linked complaint, I guess.
These appear to be comments.
It appears to be, yes, yes, sir. Did you discuss these comments with this?
Don't say a name.
Not, right,
With the customer.
with the customer?
This particular customer.
Well, it looks like there may be 2 or 3 different customers, 2 different. This one is on the first page there. Says see attachments.
I have not spoken to this particular customer.
Okay. How did you obtain this then? In your investigation?
These are public comments provided to the PSC from the customers.
And in your investigation, do you know why it was prompted to you that way?
Can you clarify that? I don't think I understand the question.
I guess the question would be, what prompted this to be part of your investigation? And you had no discussion with the customer?
The PSC takes public comments from customers.
You don't question that back at all in your investigation?
Could you clarify, sir, please?
Do you question the comments back to the customer when you receive these?
Do we question the comments?
Yes.
When you receive a comment, do you follow up on the comment to obtain further information in regard to the comment?
Generally, yes.
Did you converse with this customer?
With this particular customer?
Yes.
No, sir.
Did you converse with the owner of the water well about this particular situation, this comment?
I was unable to determine who owns the water well.
On the second page, I don't see a number. Well, consumer comment, P202302172. Consumer comment there, did you converse? How did you receive that particular comment?
Customers can make comments to the PSC.
What prompted that in your own investigation process?
This customer was not satisfied with their service.
Judge, if I could just clarify, these were comments that were just submitted on the public comment forum by customers in the complaint case. These weren't complaints filed specifically with the PSC staff. I don't know if that,
And you're telling me that these are comments made through the website?
correct.
They were offered as part of your witness's testimony, is entitled to follow up as to whether anything was done with them.
Correct, I'm
which I
not,
believe is what he's doing. Were you just offering that for clarity?
yes.
Okay, well,
Yes.
thank you very much. I
Yes.
appreciate that. I'm sorry, I mistook that for an objection.
In your further investigation of that, did you talk with any other party?
I've
The
spoken-
owner of the well, or any more conversation with this party?
I've spoken to several customers. I've also spoken with you, who claim to provide water service. I have not been able to.
About this customer right here? About this?
About that particular
comment?
customer.
Yeah, about this comment right there, on that page.
Spoken with you.
Yes, that question. Did you speak with me?
With that particular customer, no.
Thank you. The next page, I don't see numbers though.
And we're talking about, this was an email to council, is that correct? To Ms. Kerr?
Yes, I guess so. That's the page at the top there.
Okay, and that was said for identification purposes, so you may ask about it.
This was also on all three of these were on the public comments on the website.
Well, the information received,
Well, wait a second, did this,
I'm sorry.
I can see the ones that are made, was this an attachment? Or, because I can see the ones that are comments, and I can see that this is an email where it appears they emailed their comment directly to you, is that correct?
Yes. But that email was attached to a comment that was filed on the website. If you go on the website, that's what it prints up as.
Okay, so that's just another submitted comment.
Right,
Okay.
right. I circled the three consumer comments, and those were attached to them,
These were attached to him, so, okay.
right.
So,
The-
Mr.
the-
Blood,
The first page is like the table of contents, the cover page.
I follow. Mr. Blevins, the longer ones appear to be comments that were attached to the individual consumer comments that were submitted through the website.
Correct.
Okay. My question would be, attached to those consumer comments, then what did you do to investigate that? You submitted it for evidence of some sort. How did you investigate that these comments that were received then?
I spoke with customers.
Did you speak with owner? Did you speak with the owner or myself, for example, I guess?
The owner of,
The water wells. That's what they're talking about here. This is on the Corvair.
it's been difficult to tell for sure who owns the wells. I've spoken to you about your relationship with customers.
Did you speak with me about this particular situation? This comment? I don't recall that at all.
With that customer.
Did you speak with me about this?
With this particular customer?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. Wouldn't you think to investigate something thoroughly that you would indulge to talk with other people besides just maybe the complainant? To validate maybe what's being said in these comments or not validated?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Here, in this particular comment, it said that
Would you identify the comment for me?
the one that has the email, Carolyn Kerr, at the top.
Thank you.
It indicated here that experienced water outages 7 to 10 days without water. Was that confirmed maybe or not confirmed in your investigation?
This is based on what customers have told the PSC.
Do you believe everything that customers tell you without investigating it?
No.
How did you investigate this then, Mr. Stamp?
There have been a abundance of customer complaints from your customers, and I've investigated a pretty high volume of them.
High volume, how many?
Like, how many of your customers have I spoken to?
You just said that you had a high volume of customers complaining about me, I guess. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many is abundance?
Between 30 and 40, maybe?
If you had that many, would you have contacted me, for example, and talked with me about those 30 or 40 complaints that you allude to there?
Oh, we met with you, Mr. Blevins.
Did we talk about 30 or 40 complaints?
We spoke about them as a larger issue.
What is a larger issue?
The high amount of complaints that we're receiving from your customers.
Have you provided those complaints in writing somewhere?
I'm afraid I don't understand the question, sir.
You said you had 30 or 40 complaints. Did you provide those 30 or 40 complaints to me in writing or in a form so I could retort to it or answer to it or see what the complaint really was? Did you do that?
They're available for public viewing.
Do you have them?
We have some here.
You have 30 or 40 complaints there?
In front of me?
Yes.
No, sir. That was including the phone calls I've gotten, the discussions I've had with customers at hearings, face-to-face visits at their houses.
But in your investigation, how far did you investigate those complaints then? Maybe that's what I'm asking you. Or can you answer that question? how far did you investigate to find out if those 30 or 40 complaints that you're now referring to was valid or invalid?
I spoke with customers and visited sites myself.
Well, in reference to customer comment P202-302-151. Again, that's just a customer comment. How did you investigate that, since it's been provided here and seems to have some value? How did you investigate that? And I guess the next page is part of that, is that correct?
Yes.
Please let the witness answer the question.
Could you repeat the number, please? Which one you're referring to?
It's P202-302-151.
Okay.
How did you investigate that comment, along with apparently a letter that was, I guess, provided by the customer?
I have not spoken to this particular customer.
Not
It's
spoken.
consistent with the same complaints that we've received from multiple customers.
So this is entered as evidentiary to what you're providing is you're believing what they say? How did you investigate if you didn't speak to them at all?
I've spoke with several customers and yourself.
Did you
just
speak with this customer?
this particular customer?
Yes. Did you speak with this particular customer?
No.
Do you think maybe you should have? Or a reason why you didn't?
That complaint is very consistent with a lot of the complaints that we receive from your customers.
A lot of these complaints, I've yet to see a lot of these complaints. Are there more than what we're looking at right now?
Yes.
Can you provide them? I've not been provided with them.
At this moment, no.
How about in the past? They have not been provided in the past that I'm aware of. You apparently put this in these exhibits here to be considered. I'm just trying to determine just how well did you do your investigation?
Is there a question somewhere in there?
Well, I guess the question would be, what did you investigate to be able to put this in this document here as evidence?
I think it's been asked and answered, and the evidence has been entered into evidence.
I was actually just going to get to that. Mr. Blevins, we're kind of hitting, we seem to be asking the same question of each of these comments. So if that's what we're getting to, Mr. Stamp,
Yes, sir.
In regard to the comments made through the website, in regard to these comments, did you personally talk to any of these customers in Exhibit 2?
Personally, myself with these particular customers, no, sir.
Okay. I think that follows up with what you were saying. I think I think you've established what you wanted to establish in regard to this exhibit. I'll also remind you that this exhibit was offered, and you had every opportunity to object to it, and you chose not to. And so it was admitted on the hearing record. And you're absolutely allowed to do that, and you're absolutely allowed to ask questions about it, such as you did that go to weight and veracity. But you, again, you did not object.
No, sir, I didn't object. Okay, all right. I guess exhibit number 3. That's just a photo there. Does that take another well in a system that's similar to this?
Say that again.
Taking another well that might be similar to this, does this measure up to another well, maybe in with your knowledge and investigation of different wells? Is there like the wiring that's put in there by a well-certified individual?
I don't understand the question.
Was that you that, I'm sorry, who said that?
Me.
okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking. You said, is this comparable to other wells? Is that the question?
Yes, that is this comparable to any other well that,
Wells you own, or wells that they investigated, or wells in systems across Missouri?
this is in reference, my question is reference to your investigation. You took pictures or provided this picture, which has been in there for about 20 years that way. Does that meet with the normal or abnormal? Is that normal well? Is it?
I think that would be a matter of opinion, sir.
Yeah, okay. Your opinion then, is it, okay, all right. Okay. I'll go to number 4, please, exhibit number 4. Let me look at it a second, please. Yeah. Have you been to this well? In exhibit number 4?
Yes.
Did you see a door on the well?
Did I see a door on the well?
Did you see a door on the well? You indicated that the well house was left open or didn't have a door. Did you see a door there?
When I visited the well, the door was closed.
The door was closed, okay. Can you tell me why the comment, one of the comments that I remember here is that there was no door, or the door was open. It's open when you took the picture. You didn't take these pictures though, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay.
And just to clarify, you did visit this well, and there was a door on it when you visited it?
That's correct.
It says here that the well house is in disrepair and the door has been off for months. Did you investigate that? That the door had been off for months?
No, sir, that is a claim made by a customer.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to go to exhibit number 5, please. It's a document that says Dear Water Customer. How did you determine this did you determine this to be a billing? Or what did you determine that document really was in your investigation?
It appears to be a water bill.
Appears to be a water bill. When I look at the document, I know the document because I signed it. It's not a water billing. It's
Mr. Blevins, you'll have an opportunity to testify it, but right now I'm going to
Okay.
ask you to limit yourself to asking questions.
okay.
rather
Thank
than-
you.
Rather than providing your own testimony about exhibits.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. These documents, Mr. Stamp, do you consider all of them billings? In your investigation, what did you consider those documents to be?
No, sir, there are various documents in here.
How about the document from, where it starts out as of September of this year, 2022? What do you consider that document in your investigation?
I believe this is a notice to customers of the systems that have been enrolled in DNR's PWS system that they are now on such.
Did you find that to be a derogatory document or an informative document?
What do you mean derogatory document?
Something that's bad, maybe. Is it, I don't know, these documents that are in these exhibits,
I understand. I'm thinking of what you're saying, and I'm thinking it probably ought to be 2 questions. So
okay,
why don't we start with what is this document, which I believe he's answered.
what do you consider
And
this
does he have an
document?
opinion of this document? And he may or may not have one.
What is your opinion of that document, this document?
I do not have an opinion of it. However, I've had a chance to read through it. I flipped over to the other side here, and it also appears that because they're going to be enrolled into DNR system, that you will now need to increase rates to those customers.
Would you consider that a billing then in your investigation or not a billing? Just information.
I guess I would call it a notice, followed by a rate increase.
Okay. The next document, it says agreement to furnish water. Can you tell me what your investigation tells you what that document really means in your investigation?
Yes, sir, that you will be charging this customer for water service.
The amount that's being charged on this here, as you say in your investigation, is that in excess of some other charge or not?
What do you mean in excess of some other charge?
I guess my question redone would be, is the $55 per month fee, a flat rate fee, is it excess of the cost or expenses?
I do not have access to that information, your expenses.
Have you ever seen an agreement like that where basically it says that somebody provides water and the other party pays for the water at that particular rate? Have you ever seen any other documents like that? Anywhere else in your investigations?
It appears to be a water bill.
Do you consider that a water billing?
Yes.
And the next item that I would have maybe a question about is, let me identify it. It's dated January 9, 2023, which is a notice to a customer. In your investigation, what did you determine that document to be?
Sir, could you be more specific which document this is?
It's the one document dated January 9, 2023.
What's it say at the top?
It has my name at the top, Travis Blevins.
Okay. I have one from December.
Can I give him the address?
No. Are you talking about the notice of change?
No, sir.
Which one are you talking about? Here's the documents that I've got, and let's start from the back because we're closer to that. I've got one that says at the top, two occupant owner.
I believe it's the one right before that.
Okay, it's very difficult to read your name at the top.
Okay.
All right.
A lot of
Do you have the document in front of you now?
Yes, sir.
The one dated January 9, 2023.
Yes.
I do. Yep.
What did you consider that document to be in your investigation?
It's difficult to read, but it appears to be a past due bill notice.
That's a notice, okay. Do you consider that being a threat?
I consider it a notice of the customer having not paid you for water service.
Okay, thank you. The next document is to the occupant owner and reference water wells transfer. Can you tell me in your investigation what you consider that document to be?
Yes, this is a notice to customers that you, Mr. Blevins, will now be providing water service because you apparently now own the wells that provide their service.
Okay. We'll go to exhibit number 6, please. There's just a lot of stuff on this, or a lot of comments, etc. Difficult at best to probably even interpret, from my viewpoint, what's really here, Mr. Stamp. But some of the some of the items on it here, if we can go back to listings on page number, well, I guess the second page, or the third page actually, it shows the the well, the connections, location, DNR, PWS, and the well owners. Okay. And specifically, did you investigate and write those, put those together?
Yes.
Okay. Where it says MW21, you show Leon, yeah, I'm sorry. You show the owner there. On MW 22, 23, and 24, you show a different owner. Did you look at the deed?
I searched Pulaski County property records.
And what date was that? Do you remember?
I've searched on a near weekly basis for almost a year now.
Have you determined any transfers of deeds?
Yes.
And what was the transfer dates? And specifically for the MW 22, 23, and 24, for example?
There was no transfer. They appear as under the old owner.
No, yeah. How many different, in your investigations that you do for ownership, how many different type of documents do you ever see in your investigations as far as ownership or control or of that nature? Possession? Am I making my question clear or not?
Could you clarify, please?
Yeah, yes. Do you think a contract of sale would be a ownership document?
Not necessarily.
What would you call it then? What would you determine it to be if you had a contract for sale?
I would refer to it as a contract for sale.
Ownership?
Not necessarily.
Is it a recorded document or a not recorded? Would you consider that an ownership? Is that a determining factor in your investigation, is what ownership is?
Objection, he's asking him to make a legal determination.
As to ownership?
As to what the document, what the legal determination of the document is. Or what the legal function of that document is.
Do I need to rephrase that, I guess?
Hold on just a second, Mr. Blevins. You're asking him whether that document implies ownership?
Yes. And in his investigation,
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer if you know.
I don't know.
okay. Did you try to investigate any further other than the courthouse, for example, when you say you checked the county records? Did you try to investigate anything else for ownership? Or did you just let it go at that?
I investigated Pulaski County records.
Just the records. In order to do that, they have to be recorded, is that correct?
In order to do what?
Pardon, sir?
You said in order to do that. In order to do what?
To check the ownership at the county. If you're going to check the ownership only at the county, there are other forms of ownership, but you did not investigate that. Is that correct or not correct? Did you do any other investigations besides just the courthouse for records that have been recorded, like a deed, a fee simple deed? Did you do any other type of investigation?
You've asked the question a number of times. Please let him answer the question
Okay,
instead of asking it a number of different ways.
okay.
I investigated Pulaski County property records and requested records from you.
Good. I think it was mentioned during the time of this particular exhibit about a lack of inconsistency.
Which exhibit are we talking about?
The exhibit number 6.
Okay, thank you.
A lack of inconsistency. Could you explain what you really mean about that? During this memorandum, this exhibit 6.
Could you clarify the question, sir?
Well, a lack of inconsistency as to maybe my service. Is that what this refers to?
A lack of inconsistency.
Yes. What do you mean by inconsistency? Of what?
And I think you're referring to PSC staff's reference to the way you bill your customers.
Do you have a billing? Document? Do you have a billing document?
The documents we reviewed earlier appear to be water bills.
That's your opinion?
Yes.
I have no further questions, sir.
Okay, thank you. Normally at this point, I would ask if it's for commission questions and then maybe some bench questions. But we've been going for about 2 hours plus, and it's 1:12. I think we're going to take about 45 minutes for lunch at this point, a little more than that. So why don't we all come back? We'll recess till 2 o'clock. And, okay, we will recess till 2 o'clock, and we'll go off the record. Record. And Mr. Stamp, if you'd retake the witness stand, I'll remind you you're still under oath. At this time, I'll ask if there are any questions from the commission for this witness. I hear none at this point. I have a few questions for you, Mr. Stamp, so why don't we start with those? I've heard Mr. Blevins say that Misty Waterworks is a fictitious name. And the petition references the Blevins and Misty Waterworks. Is the Misty Waterworks, is that just the Blevinses? Or is that in some way a separate entity?
Mr. Blevins and employees.
What do you mean when you say employees? How many employees does Mr. Blevins have, to your knowledge?
I can't say for sure.
Are you aware of any employees Mr. Blevins has?
Yes.
And what employee is that?
Secretaries, when I met with him at his office, customers also talk of several different people who do service work on these wells.
So anecdotally, you're familiar.
Yes.
Have you met any of the employees yourself?
A secretary.
Now, you indicated in your testimony that not all of these systems are regulated by DNR, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And currently none by the PSC.
Correct.
But you indicated that there were 3 systems that DNR regulates, is that correct?
That's correct.
And those would be Charity, PWS, Misty Mountain, and Rolling Hills, PWS?
Correct.
And those are systems that are owned by Mr. Blevins or Mr. Blevins and his wife, is that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know if they own those systems?
Correct.
Why do you not know if they own those systems?
Based on my search of Pulaski County records, it shows that there could be other owners of those wells.
Did you ask Mr. Blevins if he owns those systems?
I did.
Did Mr. Blevins indicated he did or did not?
He's made it seem as though he does.
But he hasn't outright said he does.
No.
To the best of your knowledge, how many wells does Mr. Blevins own?
I can confirm probably 3 or 4 based on Pulaski County records.
How many times have you discussed have you only met with Mr. Blevins once?
Yes.
What information did you request from Mr. Blevins?
Customer list, ownership records, anything else associated with applying for a CCN with the PSC.
Was Mr. Blevins forthcoming with records he had?
Yes.
Was Mr. Blevins cooperative?
I would say so, yes.
Is the only reason that the commission, that you're unable to answer some of these questions is because the information just wasn't available?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Blevins' records were incomplete?
Yes, sir.
What did Mr. Blevins show you that indicated he owned wells?
Most of my research was through Pulaski County. Mr. Blevins did submit some various documents with his CCN application. Documents that showed maybe some easements, or there might have been a deed. There was a deed.
To the best of your knowledge, how many total connections are there in the Blevins' systems?
All systems, sir.
Well, why don't we start with that? Yes.
When my investigation started, it would have been about 100. Currently, probably around half that.
Okay. Mr. Blevins had said in his opening that he had sold a number of wells and was down to 65 customers. Do you have reason to disagree with that?
No, sir.
What exactly is staff asking for here? And I'm going to clarify that because it's just a little confusing to me. Is staff, because I mean some of these are regulated by DNR and some of these are not, and none of these are regulated by the PSC. So are you asking that all of Mr. Blevins' wells be placed under receivership?
Yes.
And that would be inclusive of the ones that are not regulated by DNR?
Yes.
Why?
Because he is responsible for providing water service to these people, and he has not done so safe and adequately.
Bear with me just a moment. I need to think for just a second. How many wells have you personally visited?
I believe 18.
Are you talking about 18 total in your career or 18 in this case?
Oh, in this case.
Okay, that's what it is.
Mr. Blevins' wells. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so you visited 18 of those wells.
Yes, sir.
And of those 18 wells, how many do you believe were substandard?
Half.
So approximately 9 wells were substandard.
Yes.
Now, there was a well Now, these wells, they serve confined areas, right?
Yes, sir.
Why not just request receiverships for the 9 wells that are substandard?
Because this case is not just about substandard well construction. It's also about poor business practice.
Can you elaborate?
Yes, sir. Inconsistent billing, lack of response when problems arise.
Does Mr. Blevins have a dedicated customer service number?
Yes.
And how is that customer service number manned?
By himself, I believe.
Is that customer service number go to his personal phone or to a business phone? Or do you know?
I do not know.
You had expressed and provided a number that there are billing inconsistencies between different wells. What do you mean by that?
By that, I mean that customers on the same system, neighbors, for example, may be charged different rates for the same service.
Within the same system?
Correct.
Is that variation due only to one neighbor may have a pool or livestock and the other may not?
According to customers, no.
What do do you know what the inconsistencies are based on?
Customers claim that it's due to whether he likes you or not.
Now, you indicated you've spoken to 30 or 40 customers actually.
Or heard from them at public hearings. Yes, sir.
Where you were present.
Yes.
Have customers expressed to you personally that they've been without water for periods of time?
Yes, sir.
Now, I heard the term E. coli come up at one point in the introduction to this. Are you the witness for that, or is that DNR?
DNR, sir.
Thank you. Roughly how many customers that you talked to expressed that they'd had outages?
It's been a common complaint. I don't know that I could put a number on it.
More than 5?
Yes.
Are you aware of any upgrades that Mr. Blevins has made to wells?
No.
Is Mr. Blevins holding himself out as a water company?
Sir, could you clarify holding himself out?
Is he presenting himself as a water utility?
I believe so.
What makes you think that?
The fact that he gives customers water bills.
Has Mr. Blevins expressed to you that there are wells that he provides water to customers from, but does not own?
No.
Now, you had indicated in your testimony that staff thinks that there are wells that he does not own that he is providing water from. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what leads staff to believe that?
Lack of proof of ownership.
Have you discovered any other owners of any of the wells that you've investigated in this case?
Discovered as in names?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to that or those individuals?
No.
Now, you indicated that I'm running, my questions have some assumptions built into the question. If the assumptions are wrong, let me know.
Okay.
This staff's investigation was started by a contact from DNR, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the nature of that contact?
They were concerned that a well was contaminated with bacteria and that Mr. Blevins was not rectifying the issue.
And what well was that?
That was the Topo Drive well on the Misty Mountain public water system.
And when did DNR contact the commission?
December of 2022.
Do you know when the first boil order was placed? Or is that a question for DNR?
It is, but I believe it was in August of 2022.
And I believe you said that that stayed in effect for 8 months until the well failed.
Yes, sir.
And when you say the well failed, what do you mean?
Structurally, specifically, sir, the pitless adapter came apart. Structurally, the well itself failed. The pitless adapter disconnected and came apart. And the well, the pitless, like pit, and the well is no longer usable.
I'm not a technical person, so bear with me. Why is that? Why can't it be used again?
The well is unable to move water into its distribution system because the connection has been severed.
Now, upon being contacted by DNR, where they expressed concerns about the Topo well, what did staff do in regard to that contact?
Staff began to speak with customers of that well.
Did staff speak with Mr. Blevins about rectifying anything with the well?
Most of those particular interactions were between Mr. Blevins and DNR.
Is the Topo well within, which system is that within as you're dividing them up?
That is the Misty Mountain system.
Have you looked at wells within the Charity PWS system?
I have.
And were any of those wells substandard?
There have also been bacteria issues in a few of those wells.
What about the Rolling Hills public water?
Other than it's likely serving more connections than it was designed for, no specific issues.
Did you, and I may have asked this another way, and I apologize if I have, did you ever request from Mr. Blevins a list of wells that he owns or partially owns?
I requested from Mr. Blevins a list of wells that he was using to provide water service and charge for water service.
Okay, so you requested a list of wells he was operating.
Correct.
And did he provide you with a list of wells that he was operating?
Yes, sir.
And how many wells were on that list?
I believe it was 19.
In regard to these systems, do you know, like if I was to ask you about the charity public water supply or the charity system, do you know how many wells are on that system?
Yes, sir.
How many?
4.
And Misty Mountain?
Currently or previously?
Let's do both.
When our investigation started, it would have been 5.
And how many now?
1 failed and is inoperable. The other, Mr. Blevins, sold. So it would currently be 3.
And Rolling Hills?
1.
Now, you indicated that Rolling Hills had too many connections. How many connections are attached to the Rolling Hills well?
I believe it's somewhere between 16 and 19, but I am not positive.
What's an appropriate number of connections?
I cannot be certain, but this is likely a residentially constructed well, which means it would not be adequate to feed that many connections. It would need to be less than that.
What's the danger there?
Lack of water, specifically very low pressure, which we've received complaints about.
How many connections, are you aware of how many connections there are on the charity system?
An exact number, no, sir.
What about the Misty Mountain system?
Both of those are probably around between 20 and 30.
How many connections are not, to the best of your knowledge, part of those 3 systems? Or in other words, how many connections are not currently regulated by DNR?
Probably around 20 to 25.
When you went over Mr. Blevins' records, was that at his office, or was that here at the PSC, or somewhere else?
Mostly here at the PSC, but we did go over some things at his office.
How would you describe how his records were kept?
Difficult to understand.
Can you elaborate on that for me? I mean, why were they difficult to understand? I mean, you said handwritten on some of them. I mean, were they organized? Were they in a file cabinet? Were they...
I would say unorganized. Not legible.
Did you ask, when you visited Mr. Blevins' office, did you ask him for information while he was there, while you were there?
Yes.
Did Mr. Blevins have difficulty finding the information?
No.
Those are all the questions I have right now. Are there any are there any questions from either of the parties based upon bench questions? In other words, based upon my questions, Mr. Blevins, do you have any questions?
No questions, yes.
Any redirect from staff?
Yes, thank you. Going to go back to our exhibits that Mr. Blevins asked you about. He asked you about documentation regarding billing practices and actual bills. Would you say the fact that we don't have much of that, is that part of the problem in this case, and why we are requesting a receiver?
Yes.
Also, have you heard from customers who have received, I guess I would call them verbal bills or verbal threats of disconnect?
Yes.
So we would not have paper records of those, correct?
Correct.
Are the complaints in Exhibit 1 notes from calls that staff received or staff made?
Calls that came into staff's call center, yes.
Okay. And were those complaints in Exhibit 1, were those part of the catalyst to investigate Mr. Blevins' utility operation as a whole,
That's correct.
as opposed to investigating a specific customer's concern?
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Blevins asking you about well ownership?
No.
Moving on to Exhibit 2, which is public comments. Does staff perform a full investigation in response to all public comments? A full investigation that perhaps you might do in a complaint case? Or would it?
Staff follows up with every complaint that comes to the PSC.
But a specific public comment or call, would that follow-up process be different than if an informal or formal complaint came into the PSC?
Yes.
Even if you're not conducting a full investigation, would a group of concerning comments or calls lead to an investigation of a utility?
Yes.
And I think we already addressed this, but this would be different than in a consumer complaint where we would attempt to investigate and verify information about a particular customer's problem with a utility, correct?
Yes.
Moving on, Exhibit 5, I believe you and Mr. Blevins were discussing what you called a payment agreement. And Mr. Blevins had asked if you had seen anything like this before. Would you say that a tariff is essentially a payment agreement?
Yes.
And for regulated utilities, those are filed with and approved by the commission, correct?
That's correct.
There's also been a lot of discussion about, and a lot of questions about the word threat as used by staff. Would you say that the phrase threat of disconnect is a commonly used phrase here at the PSC?
Yes.
And in this case, threat, that is not meant as a derogatory or malicious word. It's just a statement of fact that a customer may be disconnected.
Correct.
Do you recall Judge Clark asking you how many times you met with Mr. Blevins?
Yes.
And you said once, correct?
It would be more than that if you count hearings, public hearings. But yes,
Okay.
Personally, one time.
Did you speak with Mr. Blevins on the phone?
Yes.
Do you know how many times you would have spoken with him? Approximately.
3 times.
Would you say that safe and adequate service involves more than just a well-maintained well and well house?
Absolutely.
Has staff been able to determine any reason for the billing inconsistencies that we have seen within single systems that is related to usage?
No.
Are you aware of Mr. Blevins' customers having any other options for water service?
Only to drill their own wells.
Have you heard from any customers who believed that they owned wells?
Yes.
And was there any reason that that opinion or that belief may have changed that you know of?
Customers have stated that upon buying a property and moving into a house, they believe that they own the well on that property, only to have Mr. Blevins or someone representing Mr. Blevins show up and tell them otherwise.
And the well that is the subject of the 8-month boil water order, could Mr. Blevins have started purchasing water from, I believe it's Pulaski County water, before that well failed?
Yes.
Would that have been an easy process in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Stamp, you can step down. And staff, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Excuse me. My next witness would be Kurt Gately from staff, but I was wanting to call Mr. Sebastian Cloverside from DNR. He needs to be excused before 5, so.
Any objections to taking this witness out of order? I don't think we actually had an order defined, so
Okay,
if you want him to be your next witness, just call him.
okay. Call Sebastian Cloverside. Good afternoon.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this evidentiary hearing is the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, staff.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Sebastian Cloverside, Sebastien Cloversilless.
And by whom are you employed?
Missouri Department of Natural Resources,
And how long have you been employed with DNR?
since February of 2019.
Okay. And what do you do for the DNR?
I'm a supervisor, so I supervise the units. Currently, I'm not in the same position that I was when I was.
What do you currently do?
I am currently the supervisor of the TMDL modeling unit with the TMDL and modeling unit with the water protection program.
And are you familiar with Travis Blevins
Yes,
and the Misty Waterworks?
yes.
And did you deal with him as part of your job duties at all with DNR?
Yes, in my previous position with DNR. So,
Okay.
yes.
And can you tell me about that position and what you did?
Yep. So I was a supervisor overseeing a unit that did drinking water inspections of water systems in central Missouri, including Pulaski County.
And how long did you do that?
I was a supervisor in that unit since July of 2021, and prior to that, I was just an inspector in that unit, inspecting water systems.
Okay, and when did you stop doing that?
Yep. So
what
I
are the
was-
dates that you
yeah,
did
yeah.
that?
So I started in February of 2019 as an inspector up until July of 2021 until I became the supervisor of that unit. And then from July of 21 to the end of September of this year, I was the unit chief of the drinking water unit.
And
Yeah, sorry about that.
And just, what were your job duties and responsibilities then while working with Mr. Blevins and his systems?
I oversaw staff who inspected and inspected public water systems to verify that they were in compliance with Missouri safe drinking water laws and regulations.
And when did you, about how long had you been working with Mr. Blevins and his system specifically?
Since about March of 2022.
Okay, so did you work with him from about March of 22 through the time you switched positions at DNR?
Yes.
Okay. And what, can you just describe what your job entailed with regard to Mr. Blevins' systems and what you did?
Yep. So in March of 2022, we became aware through some consumer complaints or customer complaints regarding some wells that Mr. Blevins potentially owned. And in March of 2022, I met with Mr. Blevins with some team members at DNR to determine the extent of his ownership and whether any of those wells or any of if his business was a public water supply that could be regulated by the department. And then since then, we made that determination in about summer of that year. And then since then, we regulated those 3 water systems.
And what kind of complaints did you get?
They ranged from people complaining about fees and their how they're being charged to issues with E. coli or total coliform bacteria, which is a type of bacteria in their water, and just the general workings of a water system.
And can you explain what it means to be a public water system under the DNR regulations?
Sure. It's defined in our regulations as any system that serves at least 15 connections or 25 people at a minimum of 60 days of the year.
Okay. And Mr. Blevins has some systems that are considered public water systems. We heard that.
That's
for
correct.
testimony. And there are how many? 3?
3, yeah.
And Mr. Stamp testified there are the Misty Water, Rolling Hills, and Charity. Is that correct?
Yeah, Misty Mountain,
Misty
Charity, and Rolling Hills.
Okay. Are those systems different that are they different than systems that are not designated as PWS?
Yes, so systems that do not meet that definition of 15 connections or 25 individuals are not regulated by the department as they are private wells.
Okay, and can you explain what kind of explain what the difference is there?
Sure. When the department regulates a water system, they're required to monitor their wells and their water quality for bacteria and chemicals to make sure that they are not out of compliance, that they provide safe drinking water, as opposed to private systems, which we don't regulate. So we don't have any. We don't test their water. We don't do inspections, for example, of those water systems to verify that they are meeting or are in compliance with the Missouri State drinking water laws and regulations.
Okay. So is there a definition or a description of a well? Like, how would you describe a well?
There's a couple of different types of wells, but I mean, generally anything that's able to transport, I would say anything that's able to transport water from the groundwater to above ground where it can provide people with water, potable water.
And what would make a well safe or unsafe?
So the biggest things that we look at when we're performing inspections to verify that they are safe and they're providing safe, adequate water is that there are no openings in the water system itself. So any type of opening that can allow bacteria to enter either the well itself, the storage tanks, or the lines themselves. In those cases, we'd be concerned of E. coli bacteria getting in and getting people sick, or other chemicals getting in, or just total coliform bacteria in general being present in the water.
And what's the, what kind of concerns would that, I mean, why would you be concerned about that?
So with E. coli specifically, that can cause all sorts of health effects, especially to those young people or older folks with their digestive tract, and I don't know the litany of impacts that E. coli has, but in addition, we are concerned about chemical impacts too. Different types of chemicals can impact people as well, from radionucleotides to nitrate or nitrites that can have various impacts. Nitrates or nitrites that could have various impacts on human health, respectively.
And can you just, can you describe the various well systems that Mr. Blevins operates?
Sure. So he is a water supplier for 3 water systems. The Misty Mountain Public Water Supply consists of 5 wells, one of which is currently not operational, but they are not all interconnected. I believe 2 are interconnected, 3 are interconnected, or 2 are interconnected, and then the other 3 serve their own water supply, their own distinct distribution system, but they are all in one specific subdivision near St. Robert.
Which one is that?
That's Misty Mountain. So each well specifically serves between 5 to maybe 10 folks, 10 connections, excuse me. Rolling Hills, when we first activated it, it did have 2 wells, the bigger well, which has about 19 connections, and a smaller well, which had about 4 connections, which was subsequently sold. And then the Charity Public Water Supply, which consists of 4 wells, 3 of which are interconnected, and a 4th, which is by itself, again, in very close proximity to one another, serving in total about 26 connections. Misty Mountain serving 31, I believe, in total.
Okay.
Connections, that is.
And so is there a centralized distribution center for the wells that provide service to all the residents?
So some of the wells have their own distinct distribution system, so they don't, they're not interconnected with some of the other wells. In some cases, there's 2 wells will share the same distribution system. Some in the systems have the ability to be isolated from one another, and then some others have the ability to hook up to each other in the event that one well is not operational. One can be turned on to service more homes.
Is that the case for each of the public water systems, or is that?
Just the case for Charity and Misty Mountain, as Rolling Hills is at the moment just the 1 well.
Okay. But the 3 of them can't connect together?
No, they are far apart. So Misty Mountain Misty Mountain is in St. Robert. Charity Public Water Supply is up a little bit on the north side of Highway 44 off of Highway 28 near closer to Dixon, and then Rolling Hills is a bit further west near Waynesville. So they're definitely further apart
Okay.
from one another.
And then do you know if he has other wells that you're aware of?
Correct, yeah. So when I first met with him in March of 2022, I visited all 16 of the wells that he informed me at the time he owned. And we went around to each of the wells to determine whether or not any of them would fall under the definition of a public water supply. We made determinations that some of them were by themselves, small systems that are private wells that served homes that did not meet the definition of a public water supply. And so we don't regulate those. But in that process, we determined I believe the 12 in question, 11 or 12 wells, did fall under the category of 3 public water supplies.
Okay, so are those other ones called non-compliant wells, or is that?
So those other wells, those are just private wells. Non-compliant wells gets a little bit more into the details about well construction and then when they were drilled. And so we're a little bit more concerned about those. Again, when the construction standards of the well, so not to get too technical into that right now. But.
Okay, are any of the wells that Mr. Blevins owns or operates, quote, non-compliant wells?
Through the process, we did determine that all the wells across the 3 systems that Mr. Blevins serves water from are non-compliant. Jackie Johnson, I believe, can speak a little bit more to that as they made that determination in the public drinking water branch.
Just generally, can you say what a non-compliant well is?
Sure. So generally speaking, to give a little bit of background, there's 3 types of there's standards to which a well can be drilled. Domestic standards. It could be domestic, multifamily, or a public well, a public drinking water well. So a public drinking water well is meant to serve any number of folks or homes. It's got casing depth and thickness requirements, the type of casing that it's made out of, it all goes into those. So a public drinking water well, to drill to public standards, can serve any number of connections. A multi-family well, which is kind of the next step down, is really the Missouri Geological Survey really they regulate anything below that, but they're not really meant to serve any more than 8 homes. And then domestic wells have the least amount of construction requirements. They can be made out of plastic casing, for example, instead of steel. They might not go down as deep, and they're really meant to serve only like 4 homes max.
And what kind of wells are the ones that are in Mr. Blevins' systems?
It was tricky to find them all, but we believe we found them all, and they're all determined to be either multifamily or domestic wells. So none of and they're all drilled. And I think the other key point of a non-compliant well is that it's drilled after the grandfathered dates. So they're dates in which a community water system, which is these types of water systems are. If you have a domestic well drilled in the 50s, for example, the department will allow you to use that well without any issue. We won't make you redrill a well, for example, barring any issues with water quality. However, in 1979, new regulations went into effect, so all wells need to be drilled to, more strict standards. So anything that goes between 1979 and 2007, you fall into that non-compliant time frame. So if you're drilled to domestic or multifamily standards between those times, it would be considered a non-compliant well. The caveat to that too is that date of 2007 does extend out to 2012 with us, which is actually important in this case because it applies to the subdivision policy that we abide by, in which we do apply towards the Misty Mountain supply, the Misty Mountain Public Water System, and the Charity Public Water System.
Okay, so what does that mean for those systems? Is he going to need to make changes, or what does that mean?
So essentially what's going to have to happen, and again, Jackie Johnson can go into a little bit more detail in that, but just increased monitoring once the non-compliant well agreement or policy is written up. They'll need to do increased monitoring to make sure that there's no issues with water quality before they proceed. And if there are issues with water quality, then we will ask, Mr. Blevins to address those before we allow him to continue. If all the conditions are met, then he can continue operating those and using those wells as they are. But yeah, all three of those, for all three systems, those non-compliant well agreements are in draft at the moment.
Okay. And would that mean he'd have to, like retrofit them or make changes?
He might have to add treatment potentially, so he might have to add chlorine to treat for bacteria if there's issues with E. coli or totocoliform bacteria, which is an indicator bacteria, or if we deem it necessary, we might ask that he drill a new well or hook up to another public water supply that's nearby. That is a regulated supply that that DNR regulates.
And is the Pulaski County Water District, were you here when Mr. Stamp was testifying?
I was.
Okay, and you're aware, obviously, of the boil order with the top, is it the Topo well?
The topo.
The
Yep,
topo well. Is the Pulaski County Water District, is that available for all the wells in Mr. Blevins' systems?
So Pulaski County Public Water District number 2, I don't believe their limit, I guess, goes that far. I think I know they have a line that runs along the Misty Mountain main drive that goes through Misty Mountain. So I believe they would only be able to service that water supply. I don't believe they'd be able to service Charity or Rolling Hills, and I can't speak to the other wells that Mr. Blevins owns.
All right. Now, is part of being a public water supply or water system, you said, does there need to be a licensed operator?
So depending on the type of water system you are, yes. So in this case, these are all community public water systems, in which case he is required to have a certified operator that makes all operational decisions for the water system. I kind of equate it to having a licensed driver behind the wheel of a car. So yes.
And so what does that licensed operator do specifically?
Any change to the water system itself, so whether that's changing the amount of water that's coming out of the well, or if you're adding treatment, or whether you're disinfecting the system, and in doing so you shock the system, you put chlorine or bleach down the well to disinfect it of bacteria before you put it back online and serve customers. Basically anything that changes the operation of the water system, that operator would be required to do that.
Would that include repairs?
I would say so, because generally speaking, you'd have to do something like turn off the system or shut off a portion of the system to make some of those changes, or adjust the system in any way. At a minimum, I'd say they'd need to be on standby to be available if certain changes are being made while the system's still running as normal. But yeah.
And what's the relationship between the licensed operator and the public water system owner, or the license? In this case, the licensed operator, Mr. Blevins?
I mean, generally speaking, we want it to be a pretty good one. The operator in question has done a fantastic job, in my personal opinion, of making sure that a lot of what is being done gets back into compliance. Unfortunately, there are still some things that requires the owner or the person providing water, in this case, Mr. Blevins, to do. They can't do it all themselves, is what I'm trying to say. So while they can do a lot, for example, taking water samples every month, that's something that they can do, and in this case, that the operator has been doing very well. But again, a lot of stuff does need to be facilitated and done by the provider or the owner of the system. In this case, Mr. Blevins.
Now, so is there like an agreement or a contractual agreement between the two individuals?
There
or the
should
two
be,
parties?
yes. If there's not, generally speaking, during our routine inspections that happen every 3 years, we like to verify that that is the case. If it's not an employee of that facility. So in this case, we would like to see an agreement, which, yeah.
So under that relationship between or agreement between the licensed operator and the owner, in this case, Mr. Blevins, how is that supposed to work? Is he supposed to tell the operator before he does anything to the well?
So generally speaking, the contract should outline when the operator is going to be out there, how often, basically their job duties. But as somebody who's not the operator, the person who's not the operator should not be making operational decisions for the water system. They shouldn't be changing, flow or shocking the system, for example. That should be left up to the operator.
And why is that?
Again, we want to make sure that people are being provided safe drinking water, and a certified individual is knowledgeable and in the eyes of the state is capable of making those decisions. A certified individual might not have that technical knowledge to make sure that that is in fact the case.
And what could happen if the owner, not the licensed operator, makes changes or does something with the system without giving notice to the licensed operator?
I mean, in the same way, I'll equate it to, if you're trying to run a car and somebody does something to your car without you knowing, bad things can happen. So in this case, people can get sick, and that's the biggest concern that we have. The facility itself can, there could be damage to the facility, the well, the bladder tanks, the lines even. But again, if, for example, the sampler is going to take a sample for their monthly compliance sample and it has chlorine in it when it's not supposed to have chlorine in it because, the owner shocked the well, those won't count for compliance, or people could get sick, or they could get chemical burns if there's too much chlorine and they're not notified. So any number of things can happen, both for the, primarily for the safety of the customers, but also for the longevity of the system and the components in the system.
Do you know if anything like that's happened with any of Mr. Blevins' systems?
In fact, yes. So during my inspection, so I did the first inspection after we made these three water systems, or activated these three water systems, I should say. I did an inspection of all three water systems, and one of my significant deficiency findings was that Mr. Blevins was in fact operating and doing things of that nature without the operator's knowledge. Specifically, he was shocking the well with bleach at times where she was unaware of. For example, during the inspection, we found chlorine in several samples while I was taking samples out in the field, and she was not aware that the system had been shocked prior to us going out. We actually were out there when customers came to us doing our inspection, and they said, my house smells like a swimming pool. It's been smelling like a swimming pool for the past 2 days, and Mr. Blevins was out here doing stuff in the well house. And so that was something we ended up citing for all three of those inspection reports for those three systems, because we were concerned. And that wasn't the only time, we'd heard that was a concern, but that was a reason why we cited that specific deficiency.
Okay, and you said you're
The operator, I refer to the operator.
okay, and that's, the operator's name is,
Am I allowed to say that?
yeah.
Yeah, it's not customer information.
Okay.
It's customer-specific information that is confidential, not the owners of wells, not the operators of wells, not the employees. of utilities.
Thank you, Judge. Lori Jean is the
Okay.
operator.
Okay, and you said while you were doing an inspection, some of the customers came and told you, complained about the chlorine smell? Or
Yep. So
Okay.
while we were out doing our inspection at Charity Public Water Supply, one of the customers happened to be driving by and noticed us, and they were asking what we were doing there, and we explained who we were and what we were doing, and I happened to be just finishing up taking a water sample for the routine inspection, and it did have chlorine in it, and that customer did confirm that they had a strong chlorine smell in their house for the previous 2 days, and they'd noticed Mr. Blevins was out there, days prior, within the last couple days prior to us coming out to the inspection,
and you
without the operator's knowledge.
I'm sorry. And you said he had shocked the system. What does that mean?
Sure. Yeah. So shocking the well is a way to disinfect the whole water system, because the water system is a closed system. You need a way to introduce chlorine, in this case chlorine, to kill any bacteria that might have gotten into your water system, and that can happen through a variety of ways, and it's not uncommon to happen. So what in this case you can do is you can put we would prefer and we strongly recommend using an NSF certified bleach, which is meant for meant to come in contact with drinking water. You basically pour that down the well, and then you basically run that hyperchlorinated water through the drinking water system, and that it's tricky because you do have to have coordination with everybody in the system to flush their lines. So you pull all that chlorinated water from the well throughout the entire system. If that doesn't happen, and you do leave certain parts of the system without being flushed, and you don't draw that chlorinated water to those parts of the line, bacteria can still live in there. And so once all that chlorine is gone, you can still have bacteria in the lines, and that can still have positive. You can still have positive bacteriological samples, E. coli or total coliform bacteria. So shocking the well is not something we recommend doing. And I think that's the most important thing. It's not meant to be a very common occurrence. For seasonal systems that open yearly, just for the summer, they might do it at the beginning of the year. After, you have E. coli, for example, we would strongly recommend doing that to get that bacteria out. But it shouldn't be done consistently. Unfortunately, that was something we were hearing was happening quite a bit in this case.
And Mr. Blevins that the systems were being shocked on some kind of basis?
Either before a realtor was coming out to take a water sample at a home that needed to be sold. In this case, before our inspections, anytime there was any issue with bacteria, customers complaining, either to him or him finding out that there was maybe bacteria in the water, the solution was always just to do that. And I think the bigger concern with that is because if customers, first of all, aren't notified, that's a high level of chlorine you're putting through the system, and that can be really dangerous for people, both when you're having it in contact with the skin, taking a shower, or when you're drinking. But additionally, if you do chlorinate consistently, it should be a consistent amount and not that high. So while it's okay to have chlorine added to the system, it should be more regulated, and it should be when the water turns on. And there's a whole procedure that we would ensure to verify that they're doing that appropriately. But in this case, we don't recommend shocking the well in that manner so consistently.
And in your investigations, was it Mr. Blevins that was doing this, or the licensed operator that was doing this shocking?
Mr. Blevins, or one of Mr. Blevins's technicians, as he has referred to me.
But it wasn't the licensed
It was not the operator.
Okay. And You said he wasn't telling the operator, was he telling the residents about it?
Nope, and that was the other concern we had is, again, in my inspection report, I laid out that he had to notify both the customers and the operator. Now, she can make the decision from afar, and he can still shock the well as long as he has her okay. I think that's the other component. So he can still do it as long as she tells him how to do it and, you know, that it's okay to do it. But in this case, she was not being notified, and more importantly, the customers were unknown, were not notified either. So, you know, again, we were concerned about their health.
And so we talked about Lori Jean, she's the licensed operator. Did you have a lot of interaction with her?
Quite a few, quite a bit, yes.
Okay. And had you discussed Mr. Blevins' responsibilities to his licensed operator with him? Or did somebody at DNR discuss that?
Yeah, she is a certified operator for a bunch of other water systems, so she is aware of the requirements, and she reached out to him, and they entered into a relationship in that way, and through that process, we did want to verify that they had a contract that outlined her requirements, so we were verifying that what was being communicated to all parties was that these were her responsibilities, this is what Mr. Blevins was responsible for, and so on and so forth. So throughout the whole process, we wanted to make sure that, DNR did make sure that she was communicating the right information to him, which she did.
Okay. And did Mr. Blevins seem to understand, or to your knowledge, did he seem to understand what his responsibilities were with vis-a-vis the licensed operator?
I believe so, yeah.
I mean, you had conversations with him, you had discussions.
Yep, every time I spoke to Mr. Blevins, he seemed to be okay with and aware of the requirements, and he seemed to be fine with following them. It was unfortunately the follow-through that we had a harder time ensuring was, you know, was done.
Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Yeah, approach.
Yes.
And you.
Thank you.
I've handed you what's been marked Exhibit 8. Do you recognize what that is?
I hadn't previously seen it, but I can see what it is, and I understand it.
Do you know, can you explain what?
Yep, it is it's a contract between Lori Jean and Mr. Blevins for the operation of all three public water systems, the Charity, Rolling Hills, and Misty Mountain Public Water Supplies.
Can, is this an agreement that the licensed operator and the public water supply owner would normally get from DNR, that they would normally enter into?
Yeah, this is definitely something we would like them to do and enter into. It does outline, you know, some of the requirements between the two, and you know, without going too much in depth, you know, there's the basic boilerplate stuff. It looks like it is here, and that's the important thing.
Okay. But this is something that would come from DNR, and this is basically what.
So this is something that she would provide him. We do have a template, and we would provide that to systems, so we can, you know, we do have examples of what that should look like and what should be included in it. This looks like her own, which they are perfectly able to use, and that's totally fine. And as long as it kind of outlines the same information, we're fine with that.
And is the information in here basically what you would ask, that the agreement be between the licensed operator and the owner?
Yeah, by and large, yeah.
Okay.
I would say so.
Yes.
Basically, that agreement requires what you said earlier, that the let the owner notify the licensed operator before they make repairs, before they make changes, right?
That's what it looked like it said, yep.
Okay.
That's what it did say.
Now, in your working with Mr. Blevins, did he, I'm sorry, I think I've already asked that question, you've answered it. Okay, now, during the course of your involvement with Mr. Blevins and his water systems, did DNR or issue him notices of violations or other types of sanctions?
So we did issue Mr. Blevins a boil order following the confirmed presence of E. coli at on the Topo Drive well for the Misty Mountain Public Water Supply. There were other assessments and violations issued subsequently due to inactions that stemmed largely from that.
Okay. And were you involved in issuing Mr. Blevins some of those notices of violations, assessments?
Yes.
And do you recall about how many you were involved in?
So I was involved, if not, so the way it works at the department, the public drinking water branch might issue the notice of violation, but it is oftentimes a result of the field work that I have done. So while I didn't personally sign the letter that says here's a violation, I did the inspection, or I performed the assessment that led to those. I did sign the boil order, or I was present for the boil order, collecting samples, and have been out there quite a bit, or my staff was out there quite a bit over the course of that time.
Do you know about, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say either performing those assessments or collecting samples and performing complaint assessments as well.
Do you know about how many inspections you were involved in with
So I did
Mr.
one
Blevins?
official inspection. I did do a level 2 assessment, which was in response to the E. coli positive, or the sample that happened in August. I performed that in September, I believe. I believe it was actually at the end of August. But that was in the we're looking for the same type of thing for that. And then there was another level 2 assessment that was conducted by my staff that I oversaw as it went out the door. So I would say for Misty Mountain specifically, I was a part of every field visit that went out there that yielded a response. So probably 3 or 4 reports.
Okay, what's a level 2 assessment?
So yeah, so when there's confirmed E. coli in the public water system, it triggers what we call a level 2 assessment, which is the regional office staff, or my staff or myself, goes out to conduct an assessment of all the wells in question that that had that E. coli positive sample to verify that there's, to see where the bacteria or the E. coli is entering the system, to try and find a reason for this positive sample. It can also be triggered if you have total coliform bacteria, which is not as severe as E. coli. It's more of an indicator bacteria that tells us there's some sort of contamination getting into the water system. So if you have confirmed total coliform bacteria positive in the system, in 2 months, throughout a 12-month rolling period, it would trigger a level 2 assessment as well. So there's a couple ways you can trigger it. In this case, both level 2 assessments were performed as a result of E. coli positive samples at the Topo Drive well.
And in what time frame there were 2 level 2 assessments, in what time frame?
Yep. So the first one was in August of 2022, following the the initial E. coli positive sample that prompted the issuance of the boil order. The second one was that fall, when one of the samples that was collected for the routine monthly samples, the bacteria samples, came back positive as well, confirmed for E. coli.
And that was the same system?
Same well, same distribution system, just that one part of the Misty Mountain system. So again, that has, the Topo Drive well serves 5 homes by itself. And so it was the one distribution system that we were concerned about. It wasn't necessarily looking at the rest of them. So during those assessments, we weren't looking at the other wells. We were just looking at that one part of the system, the Topo Drive well.
Okay, so that seems like a lot for one system in that time period. Is that?
It was definitely.
Is it?
Yeah, it was definitely a concern, especially initially. I believe we had upwards of 20 positive E. coli samples in the month of August, over a 2-week or 1 or 2 week period. So it was definitely concerning. It is why we ended up referring the system to enforcement. So our office staff, while we try and get the system back to compliance, there are certain instances where it does require a swifter response, and it does go to enforcement, where they handle some things when the issues are that severe. So in this case, we referred them to enforcement soon after that second E. coli positive sample. But we maintained, trying to get them back into compliance, and they were still taking samples monthly.
Okay, compared to the other wells that you monitor for other systems, was that typical, atypical? I mean, atypical? What?
Definitely atypical. I've been a part of a lot of boil orders from really small systems to bigger cities, and I have never seen a system go and be on a boil order for that long. Usually, systems are trying to get it off as soon as possible and as quickly as possible because, obviously everybody's concerned for the well-being and the safety of customers. The fact that it was on for so long was a serious issue, not just for myself and the region, but everybody I think in the department was concerned that it was so lengthy.
And it was how long? 8 months?
Yeah, so August till April of 2023.
And why did it last for 8 months? Any reasons, do you know of?
So yeah, that was a bit of the frustrating part. So, or definitely a large part of the frustration. In those level 2 assessments, we go out there and try and assess what the problem is to try and provide the system a more expert idea of what's going on and how they can try and mitigate the issue. And in our first level 2 assessment, the operator, was able to put a screen on something that was noted. But in the second one, when the issue was still ongoing, they tried to shock the well a couple times, But the bigger concern was that the bacteria and E. coli came back so quickly. Usually, if you don't have an issue, too much of an issue, you can shock the well and the system, and you should be okay. But it came back within days to a week. I remember we took samples after we knew they had shocked within a week or something, once or twice, and it had already come back as total coliform positive, which was an indication to us that contaminants were getting back into the system, which eventually became E. coli. So we were concerned about that, and so in our second level 2 assessment, we outlined a little bit more what they could do to try and address the issue, and that involved excavation around the well. There was the well itself. There was a well outside, and then the well house. It was where the piping was, and so previously, Mr. Stamp identified a pitless adapter. He identified a pitless adapter. So that is when the well piping goes underground. That's where the well piping comes off of the well casing. So underground, there's the casing that comes all the way up from underground, and the pitless well is meant to go. The piping is meant to go under the freeze line, so the piping doesn't freeze, and then the piping goes up inside the well house where you can, have your above ground piping and send it to the distribution system. In this case, we were concerned that at that point, at the pitless adapter, we thought there was a leak. There was a couple of times when we were out there where we thought we heard a hissing sound from that location. And that is not an uncommon spot where you see leaks from a well of that construction type. And so that was something we addressed and had them do, and it just really never happened. We tried to coordinate with Mr. Blevins, and he either didn't show up or there was a time when we canceled at the last minute, or he canceled at the last minute, and it was just really hard to try and get that to happen. And we really tried to, we called them multiple times trying to get a date to set up to find this solution so that people could have safe drinking water and we could address these problems. But again, I think this is where the owner or provider, water supplier, is meant to, step up and do something, and the operator could only do so much, and that's where I think we had a lot of our frustration. And it eventually led to where the well collapsed at just below the pitless adapter. And so from what I understand, it cracked all the way around the casing just under the pitless adapter, and the entire casing, which is the part that comes out of the well, that all collapsed down into the well. So it's currently sitting about 140 feet down into the hole with the pipe. So that's why water can't come out there anymore. And so that, I think, was something we found out. I got a call from a customer one day that they just didn't have water, and that's what had happened. So it prompted, we were going to mandate Mr. Blevins to provide water to people, because he at that point had refused to provide customers with water once the well collapsed. He said he wouldn't do it, so we were in the process of writing an emergency order to require him to do that, when he informed us for the first time in 8 months that he had a hookup to the Pulaski County Water District number 2. And one afternoon he went over there, paid the deposit, where there was a line just down the road that fed to the well house where he could hook up where it was already hooked up. The county just had to unlock the meter and provide water to the well house. And the key thing there is that customers themselves could not actually get access to that water supply. We had worked with them and the county, because the county was the only other water supply in the area. It would have cost them about $50,000 to $70,000 to pay the county to put in a pipe all the way to their homes. For those 5 homes, it just wasn't, they couldn't afford it, especially with a lot of these folks being transient people. They're there for short periods of time, with Fort Leonard Wood being there. So it wasn't really a feasible option for them, and some folks couldn't afford to drill their own well, or it wasn't possible just with the geography there. So they only really had the one option, And so that one afternoon, Mr. Blevins went out and paid the deposit, and the meter was unlocked, and they had clean water for the first time in 8 months.
Okay, so, Mr. Blevins, when it first started, Mr. Blevins was asked to fix it
So yeah, so
before it broke.
Yeah, and so we outlined a bunch of different things he needed to do. Part of what we, because there was E. coli in the well, we told him he needed to find the fix to the solution and fix it. Either hook up to another water supply, drill a new well, or put on chlorine to treat the E. coli so that people could use that well still, or find another option. He chose the option to find and fix the problem, which is allowed, but he never addressed that and did not tell us that he had another hookup to another water supply this whole time.
At that time, could he have hooked up to the Pulaski
He
Water
could have hooked up
District?
from day one,
Okay, so.
to my knowledge, that is. That line was in the ground from what he told me, early to mid-aughts, 2000s. He said that line was put in there previously, and that was a potential fix. And we didn't know it was going to work until he did it, but it worked, and now people have clean water.
But that wasn't done until April?
Correct. When the
two-
well, only after the well failed.
Okay, 8 months later.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right, I guess I'll get this.
Yes. Were you planning on offering Exhibit 8?
I will, but
That is fine.
I've handed you what's been marked Exhibit number 7. That's a packet of DNR records with the business record affidavit cover page. Just generally, can you tell me what's included in that packet?
Yeah, so it is it's a series of documents from the department to Mr. Blevins in regards to the Rolling Hills Charity and Misty Mountain Public Water Supply. It includes inspection reports, level 2 assessments, looks like investigation of unsafe samples, so that happens when we have a positive routine sample. We try and collect confirmation, repeat samples. So anything that had to do with water quality over that time. There's a boil order, letters of warning for not having an operator until the operator, Lori Jean, was hired. That would have been prior to the notice of violation. Water sample records. So anything looks like water quality related, compliance related, that was sent from the department to Mr. Blevins.
I'll ask that Exhibit number 7 be entered into evidence. It's business record affidavit, with the business record affidavit.
Mr. Blevins, have you had an opportunity to look over Exhibit 7?
Do I have it here?
Yes, it's that big packet.
Oh, well, of course, that's all of the DNR paperwork that we went through ever since it was activated.
Okay, so you're familiar with these documents?
I'm familiar with these documents, yes, and we have records of those through our operator. We have a box of them over here.
Do you have an objection to admitting Exhibit 7 onto the hearing record?
I have no objections.
Exhibit 7 is admitted onto the hearing record.
So with regard to the boil order, it starts on page 3. What does a boil order involve?
So for a boil order, it's issued by the department, and it informs the system, and it requires the system to notify all of its customers of the boil order, so that they are first of all knowledgeable of the condition that they have to boil their water, and then it involves for them, boiling their water before any use that might result in consumption of water, whether that's, drinking a glass of water, boiling pasta, or taking a bath if you have, little ones, things like that. So anything that might result in, brushing your teeth, that kind of thing, that might result in consumption of water.
So all the residents of that, of Misty Mountain, how many residents would have been?
So it was while it was issued for them, it was really just for the folks on the Topo Drive well. So it's not effective for the entire Misty Mountain water system in across the 5 wells. It would have just been for those on the Topo Drive, because they have their own distribution system. So it was only to those 5 homes that were fed by the well.
Okay, but so for 5 homes, we're on a
For-
boil order for 8
8
months. So for everything they had to use water for, they had to boil the water, is that right?
I mean, that they would consume. I mean, if you water your lawn, obviously not. But yes, anything that you're doing to consume, if you have children, you have to make sure that any water that they drink or come in contact with that might end up in their mouth is safe to drink.
Okay.
And that involves boiling your water for at least 3 to 5 minutes and letting it cool before you use it again. So.
Okay, so if they wanted to take a bath, bathe their children,
Yeah, you have to
To-
boil your water and then take a bucket or take the pot and fill up your bath, kind of one at a time, if that's how you want to do it. So yeah, again,
and this, like you said, this could have been fixed by hooking that particular well up to Pulaski County Water District?
Sure, yeah. And now there's a lot of options, and I think the first option was to shock the well to see if we can address that way. It wasn't addressed, or it didn't fix the issue. And there's a lot of routes we could have gone that we tried to outline, but yes, it could have been fixed by just hooking up. And that would have been a more extreme option, but it could have been something that could have been done, and then you can address the well in the meantime, kind of thing too. So
I'm sorry. And there's also the option to actually fix whatever was broken at that connection.
Yep,
Correct.
we could have investigated it all, and again, while we're out there doing our inspection or assessment, in this case, there's only so much we can do. We can't look below ground, and so that's what we were, we built into the required actions that Mr. Blevins, look down and do a little bit more digging to see if there was an issue with the pitless adapter there.
Okay. Okay, if you could turn to page 59. It's the first, it's titled Significant Deficiencies and Unsatisfactory Findings, Response Required.
Yep,
I think there are 3 of them in that packet.
correct.
Okay. And there are 3, one for each public water system, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are they all dated, they're all dated July 18th, 2023, is that right?
I believe so. I believe they all went out at the same time.
I think the second one starts on page 89, and the third one starts on page 111.
Yes,
And they're all signed by you?
correct.
So so can you just explain what those documents are, what the significant deficiencies and unsatisfactory findings documents are?
Sure.
I know there's quite lengthy, so we're not gonna go through them,
Sure.
page by page or anything, but just what are they?
Those are the inspection reports from when I conducted my my field inspections of all three systems. So each facility, Misty Mountain, Rolling Hills, and Charity, each got an inspection report following my inspection of the system. And that included me going out to all the wells in question associated with that each system, to determine whether there was any potential deficiencies at any of the wells. And then during that time, we met with, and I say we, Jackie Johnson was in attendance with me, and we met with Mr. Blevins and Lori Jean. Jackie Johnson and I went to all the facility, all the wells, and we met Mr. Blevins at his office to go over all the paperwork that was required and is required to operate and maintain a water system. So we went over that paperwork in his office. The reports here, we have 3 levels of findings: a recommendation, which doesn't have doesn't have a required action associated with it, but we think is something that the facility can do to help improve on operations, to lengthen the longevity of the water system, or just make the system run more smoothly. Unsatisfactory findings do require a response, and they have requirements. There's regulations put in place that say you have to have these certain things, paperwork, things like that, like they're required to have a permit to dispense, but they might not have an immediate, acute source of contamination, for example, to the water system. And that's what significant deficiencies are. Those are anything that might have an immediate impact on water quality that can impact subsequently people's health. So an opening in a wellhead, for example, that can let bacteria in would be an example of a significant deficiency. In this case, I think we cited Mr. Blevins for not having a permit to dispense. Not an issue about water quality safety in the sense that it doesn't immediately impact water quality, but is still a requirement that he's supposed to have. So that was identified as an unsatisfactory finding. And then a recommendation, might be that the well house is really cluttered and it's really dirty. And while it might not directly be impacting water quality, it could potentially in the future. And if it's really messy in there, it might not be easily accessible. And so, you can't maybe maintain the system very well because, this thing's inhibiting your ability. So those would be examples of that. So that's what those outline. And then each facility had all three facilities had significant deficiencies, unsatisfactory findings, and recommendations. Some of them were the same across all 3 systems. As we previously mentioned, I cited Mr. Blevins for his individual decision-making in operating the water system without having a certificate and notifying his operator before making those decisions. Some of them were significant deficiencies because there were openings in the wellhead, unscreened breather vents, which again could allow bacteria to get in. There was openings in multiple wells across all 3 systems, except for Rolling Hills, which is just one well. But none of the 3 systems had a permit to dispense water. At the time, Mr. Blevins had not paid his lab fees, which cover all sampling requirements or sampling payments, I guess, for the year. He didn't have a site sampling plan, which outlines where he should be sampling when he takes his monthly bacteriological sample. They didn't have a backup operator, so in the event that your primary operator leaves, goes on vacation, is unable to help out in whatever capacity, we like to have, the system should have a backup operator to make sure that there's somebody that fills that void, so that, again, people have an operator that's certified. And then finally, as we talked about, all the wells were considered non-compliant, and so that we hadn't issued the non-compliant well agreement yet, but they are still non-compliant wells, and that's of note and of issue. And they outline required actions for those issues.
And did you take, so you took samples?
I took
Water
a sample. I took one sample at each facility or at each water system, and I visited all the wells and took photos at each well.
And there were positive samples at each well?
So I took samples. They were all absent for bacteria, so total coliform and E. coli absent. But in some cases there was chlorine where we weren't expecting there to be chlorine, and that was due to what we believed to be Mr. Blevins potentially shocking the systems prior to us coming out.
Okay. And so compared to the other well systems that that you've inspected and that you're familiar with as part of your work at the Department of Natural Resources, how did these compare?
I mean, I've seen a lot, and I've seen a lot of bad systems. This is definitely one of the more problematic systems that I've seen, with a lengthy list of unsatisfactory findings and significant deficiencies. And I think paired with the fact that a lot of these were not addressed since the first time I visited them back in March of 2022, some of these issues were still there. And I think that was a bigger concern, because I did mention those to Mr. Blevins when I was out there when I originally saw the wells, and he said he'd have a technician take a look at it, and they were still there a year and a half later or a year and 2 months later when I saw the facility for their inspection, which was especially of concern. And obviously we'd been through the boil order at that point as well. So I think paired with all that, it's definitely been one of the most problematic systems I've ever dealt with.
Do you think Mr. Blevins has the ability to make the changes, make the fixes?
These are not difficult changes. So I don't think it's hard to put on a screen, the appropriate screen on a breather vent, or purchase a well cap and replace a well cap that's faulty. So I do believe he is.
He just hasn't done them
Correct.
for whatever reason.
Correct.
And have you heard, gotten any feedback from the homeowners, from the residents, over the course of the time that you worked with Mr. Blevins in these wells?
Quite a bit, yes.
What have you heard?
I've heard, and I've facilitated the inspection or the investigation of multiple complaints from multiple parties, some that are on Topo Drive that, had longstanding problems and concerns with their water quality, with them not being sure what's being done to the systems, them not being informed of what's going on. Sometimes, the customers just aren't informed, so they don't know what a solution is looking like. But in other, for example, I've gotten calls where they're like, the well cap is gone, and he just was out here. Mr. Blevins was just out here, and it's just, the well cap is just off, and he might have been shocking the well that day, but the well cap should never not be on when you're not right there. And so things like that. We were hearing issues with water quality issues outside of just total coliform bacteria. Folks that had, several folks on the Topo Drive system, called that they had, they were getting sick. Some folks were complaining about, mud in the water, which could have been, you know, a leak in their own lines, but was an issue that we investigated. Some folks complained about unknown particles and bugs potentially in their water filters when it's coming inside their house and they're changing out their water filters. Folks complaining about you know, significant chlorine smells. Other folks complaining about fees. And in one instance, I was privy to a Facebook comment or a post and a series of comments associated with that post in the Facebook group that Mr. Stamp referred to earlier, where folks didn't even know who they were supposed to pay. And they were just being approached out of the blue by this other gentleman that they had to pay him for their water supply. At the time, I could read it with the understanding of what was happening. Mr. Blevins had sold a well to another gentleman, which was the Taylor well, which is associated with Misty Mountain Public Water Supply. But none of the customers were aware, and so all of a sudden, some gentleman out of the blue was asking them for money. And just, you know, the amount of confusion was just all over the place on this Facebook post. And so it was really frustrating to see, from my point of view, knowing what was happening behind the scenes while we were trying to fix it. But these folks they didn't have any idea what was going on, and they're concerned about water quality. They hear one of the wells in the Misty Mountain system has E. coli problems. Another well there was concerns about sewage being dumped on the property right next to the well. And so they were concerned those folks were concerned that the E. coli was maybe happening in their well. So there was a lot of uncertainty and confusion in just how everything was run. And some people were concerned about who to even go to, and they didn't even know who to go to or who to even pay. So I think that was part of the frustration that we had in dealing and sorting out with a lot of these complaints as well.
And I know at some point, the DNR contacted the Public Service Commission. Were you part of that communication?
Yes.
And how did that come about from your end?
In my dealing with this system, and from my, at the time, not very extensive knowledge of what the Public Service Commission did, this to me sounded like something that would be, you know, these systems would be something that would be something that they would regulate. So I reached out to Mr. Kirk Gately and asked him about this and let him know my concerns, and he let me know that this is something that would be of interest to them, and they would look into it and investigate it. And we met up at the department, and I caught them up to speed with where we were, and they took their investigation on their own, and we coordinated a little bit, but largely I was not privy to their investigation, but I did reach out initially to Mr. Gately.
Okay. And so, so that's where the cooperation.
At the time, yeah, we were struggling to make headway. And we had been working with Mr. Blevins quite significantly and trying to urge him to address this. And this was in December of 2022 when we're midway through, you know, we're 3-4 months into this boiler at this point, and all the requests and all of the, you know, by and large, except for I think the one screen that Lori Jean had put onto that air relief valve, aside from that, nothing had really been done. And we were still having significant issues with water quality, and we're still getting concerns with fees, and that's largely not something the department regulates too much. It is definitely something reserved for the Public Service Commission, which is why I reached out.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Blevins, do you have questions for this witness?
I think I do. I guess there's a lot to be said about the topo well. It was difficult at best at that time to try to determine what the real problem was. You made a comment, though, I'd like for you to clarify. What what is your understanding about what I understood about the connection line that was from the county water? You indicated that I already knew about that line.
At the time of you informing us that that you did have that extra connection to the public water supply, Pulaski County Public Water District Number 2, at no point did you specify that you were made aware of this. You knew that it had been in the ground. You knew that Mr. Baker had put it in the ground years ago for the purpose of providing water from there, from the county to those folks. At the time, you told me that it didn't work, which is why it wasn't usable, which is why you guys had to put in the well that subsequently fed those homes. So, to my knowledge, you were aware that that line went there because you knew why the well was eventually put in, because you knew that there wasn't sufficient supply to meet, at the time, the 7 or 8 homes that were originally there. It's now down to 5, as 2 or 3 of those homes have drilled their own wells.
Well, you're talking about 20 years earlier. I had no knowledge of that at that time.
Mr. Blevins, you're testifying. You can
No.
ask questions, but you can't testify at this point.
Okay. Let me try to rephrase the question again then. Well, the non-compliant agreement, I'll go to another subject here, that has to be supplied by the Department of Natural Resources for these wells, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when would that be available in your opinion?
That's something you'd have to ask Jackie Johnson. I know she's working on the drafts of those at the moment. So
Okay.
I could,
Is there anything that can be done prior to, that hasn't been done yet for that particular agreement?
for those agreements, not to my knowledge, no. I think a lot of the requirements built into that agreement are, additional water samples needing to be taken. But again, I would defer those questions to Jackie Johnson, as she would be more available to, or more the appropriate person to answer that.
The topo well, again, back on that subject matter, obviously was a difficult time for both of us, I guess. And did at any time, are you saying that that there was a refusal to do something that maybe you recommended, or?
So we had outlined in that second level 2 assessment that was just sent out in November, outlined a few things that could have been done. I remember coordinating with you and Lori to try and find a day where we could excavate around the well. I remember we'd picked a date, and I remember you had talked about not wanting. You talked to Lori. She said that she didn't want to do it too much around the holidays to ruin people's holiday. And we were also concerned about the weather. There was a couple cold days in there that you were concerned we wouldn't be able to dig down. So we did extend out a little bit that time frame, so you had a little bit of flexibility. And we picked a date in January, the 3 of us. And I remember getting a call from Lori either the night before or that day, saying that she wasn't going to be able to make it out because you'd called her, and I believe it was left a message or something. I couldn't say, but all in all, it ended up being that she didn't end up making the trip out because you made it clear that, or you had implied that you wouldn't be coming out, and we would then pick a different. We couldn't excavate that day, and so. And at the end of it, we didn't end up proceeding with the excavation and trying to figure that out. We then subsequently called you after the failed attempt, to try and pick a day. I spoke with you, Jackie Johnson, and Patrick Vavra at the time. We called you to try and figure out a day in January, and we said, hey, this, even today is a good day to do it, or the next day, and we were trying to find days that would work, and there was hesitancy, and I don't remember if you said flat out, no, I will not, but there was no motivation to get a day figured out, and we gave you the opportunity to have multiple times to get out there and make those fixes.
How did you find out that the plastic had been cracked all the way around below the pitlets?
You told me that.
Okay, I told you that, right?
Yeah, I was informed that the well had failed from a customer saying that they had no service. That was on that Sunday. On the Monday, I got the voicemail, and then in speaking to you in the coming days, after you had your well guy come out, you let me know that there was a crack all the way around the casing, and you said, I believe it was sitting out either 140, I believe it was 140 feet down.
Yeah,
the hole
that's
was.
correct, yeah.
So that's how I knew the extent of the damage, and
Yeah, which was discovered from investigating what was going on with the topo well. That's what I told you, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to clarify one other thing too, though, that each one of the wells, with the exception of the Rolling Hills well, would not individually qualify under your 15 and 25 requirements. 15 connections, 25 users, etc. But DNR bundled them together to make it that way. Is that correct?
So to answer to clarify, at first we didn't believe them to be all interconnected. We knew the big Tigger well. At first, we didn't think they were all interconnected. We knew a couple were, like the Tigger well, the big Tigger well, and the Taylor well, because the Taylor well was down. And that by itself, I believe, meant 15 connections. So that by itself would have been. And then on the charity side, we knew that charity well on PP, which was down, that well was hooked up to the big charity well, that first charity well. So those combined, I believe, was also in excess of 15 connections. Now, the reason we bundled all of those wells together, the Misty Mountain, the 5 on Misty Mountain and the 4 on Charity, is due to a policy that we have at the department stemming from a court case which outlines that a developer in a subdivision, basically, the end of it basically states that if you are a common ownership in a subdivision or in proximity like you are in those two situations, common ownership dictates that you can't subvert the 15 connections or 25 people requirement. That combined, all of those wells would be what we count up. So in both of those cases, we looked at the 5 wells in common ownership, in proximity to one another, to meet that policy or in response to that court case that the department.
I just wanted to clarify that. I don't disagree with that. I mean,
Sure.
I think it's a good idea, especially for forwarding these wells into a homeowners association. What would be your thought about a homeowners association?
Objection, asking for legal expertise.
I didn't take it that way. I just took it as, how do you feel about these wells being owned by a homeowners association? I understand there are legal implications of that, but that's not how I took that question. I think, he was just asking, how DNR feels about that. So your objection's overruled, and you can answer the question.
I think it's a little tricky in that area again because it's such a transient population, and as I referred to it earlier, you don't have people that live there for very long. Some people do, but I think for a homeowners association, it's a little easier to have a more established population. And additionally, I don't think, in this case, I understand your goal to go through the homeowners association to potentially avoid the issue of common ownership, but if you're still the supplier, or you still have it's financially involved with those wells, then I think you would not be able to get around the common ownership issue there. But I know, you can definitely take that up and talk to Jackie Johnson maybe about that, or talk to the department further about that.
What would be your opinion for the prices or the fee to go down rather than up for the users of the water, the well? What would be your opinion there from DNR's point of view?
The department doesn't have any say in how you set your fees. In certain cases, so in this case, I couldn't say. I think that's why we referred you to the Public Service Commission, as they do regulate rates for for-profit utilities.
Another clarification would be, since DNR has been activated with the wells, there's been a lot of learning process going through. Is DNR's current idea of what's going on with the wells, or are we in line, or do you think the wells are in line now, or they may still have a few things to do, which I'm sure probably does?
At the time that I left, which was at the end of September, end of August. Yes, at the end of August of this year, there were still issues outstanding. From my reports, there were still, all the significant deficiencies still were not addressed. So I couldn't speak to that, but at the time I left, there were still openings in the wellhead. I know in speaking to you before I left, you did mention that you moved the well cap off of the Topo well onto the smaller Tigger well, and while that fixes potentially the problem at the Tigger 2 well, you opened up another significant deficiency at the Topo well drive, which is a concern of mine too. So I think I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that you are in a good spot right now without knowing what happened in the last month and a half, and without wanting to make sure that nothing else has happened.
Yeah, temporarily I think I asked you about putting a plastic cap over that particular well, the one we took the cap off of, a plastic cover, and we did that.
As long as it's got, that's it. As long as it has a sanitary seal, it can't just be a bucket on the top or anything like that. It should be properly sealed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There was a comment made, I believe, on a well that when one of the occupants had purchased the property, they thought they purchased the well on the property. In fact, there was no well on the property. And are you aware of that situation there with someone that complained about being charged for water?
I'm not aware of that situation.
No, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Is that all the questions you have, Mr. Blevins?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Any commissioner questions? I hear none. I've got some questions for you. And is it Mr. Cloversai?
Cloversai.
Cloversai?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please correct me if I mispronounce it further. What's your understanding of what's going on here today? Of this proceeding before the commission?
My understanding is that the Public Service Commission has put forth a motion to, or filed to have the wells in question be taken away from Mr. Blevins and a receiver put in control of those wells to make sure that until next steps are figured out as a result of his lack of safe and adequate operation of the water systems
Okay.
on a whole, not just the three water systems that we regulate.
Now, the Department of Natural Resources, or DNR, shows up in a lot of what I read because there is a fair amount of crossover between the commission and the Department of Natural Resources, especially in this area concerning water. Does DNR have a similar provision in regard to referring deficient systems for receivership?
I'm not aware of any personally, but I would defer that question to Jackie Johnson. She's in the enforcement section, and she might know a little bit more about that.
Okay, thank you. Now, you said that initially you visited with Mr. Blevins all of his wells for the purposes of determining which ones might be a public water supply. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was 16 wells?
At the time, it was 16 wells. The three additional wells, I know he purchased in December of 2020, were the foundation, I think, of some of the complaints that the Public Service Commission was receiving. I'm aware of that because we received some of those complaints as well. So I know it has fluctuated, but yes, at the time it was 16.
At the time it was 16, but and maybe I'm not following the timeline exactly. Are you saying it could be as many as like 19 if 3 additional were purchased? Is that what you're telling me, or are you telling me that including those 3, it was the 16?
No, those 3 were not included at the time I visited, and from what I understand, in around December of 2022, maybe November, I'm not sure the exact date, he purchased 3 additional wells. I know that when I met with him in his, he mentioned he originally had 18, he had sold 2 to some homeowners, so I knew the number had fluctuated. And in my dealings with him, I know he's been actively trying to sell the wells in the water systems of question. So I know that he's been trying to sell them.
Now, he informed you that he owned 18 wells, is that correct?
He told me originally that he owned 18 wells, 2 of which were sold to the homeowners because they were private wells that fed 1 or 2 homes, and we visited the other 16 that were still in his ownership at the time.
And he told you that he owned those wells?
Yeah. I'm not sure if owned is the right word, that he operated the water from those wells. I can't remember exactly.
So
what
he
wells.
operated those 16 wells. He expressed
He was the water supplier for those 16 wells.
for those 16 wells. Okay. And so that would include these 3 now public water systems plus whatever additional wells there were.
Correct.
How would you describe the state overall of those 16 wells?
Very much so. I would say largely in poor shape, with many having, if I were to do an inspection that day, many of them having significant deficiencies. I'd say many, if not all, of the well houses were in a state of disrepair. Doors missing. I think one well I visited that we didn't end up activating had duct tape holding on the well casing. I could literally shake the top of the well back and forth. There was well houses with doors being propped up with a stick. Wells where the door just fell off, where the door is being propped up by a nail. There was wells that were leaking. Well houses that were leaking, I should say. The pipe in there was leaking, and so it was flooding inside the well house. There was openings in the electrical conduits where the wires go from the ground, from the well house up into the well and then down, which would have been a significant deficiency in numerous wells. So largely they were all in a state of pretty significant disrepair. Pretty significant disrepair.
Now, when you find deficiencies and you move with the owner/operator to correct them, and here we may get into some terms where I misuse technical terms. If I do, let me know. Does DNR tell Mr. Blevins what to do, and he in turn tells the operator what to do? Is that the way it works?
So
What is it, chief operator?
So it depends. So yes, we would notify, when we set up the system, we determine the contacts in question. So in this case, Mr. Blevins was put on as the contact that we would notify for any reports, notices of violation, things like that. So he should be getting all that documentation. Some of those deficiencies, like if a breather vent on a well doesn't have the appropriate screen on it, that is a significant deficiency, as you could suck up bacteria and debris into your well. Now, that doesn't affect, putting a screen on himself with a zip tie and the right screen size. That's not something that the operator would need to do. He could do that himself, because that doesn't affect the operation of the system in terms of him having to change how much water is being provided or coming out of the well or anything like that. Now, if, for example, he needs to dig down and replace the pitless adapter and has to shut off the well, that's something he would have to notify his operator so that he can get either a clearance from her to do that, or she would do that herself, and then they could address it thusly.
So is the answer that you tell Mr. Blevins what to do, and Mr. Blevins, some of those things he can do himself, but others he has to tell the operator to do?
That's correct. And he's got 30 days to notify the department upon issuance of the letter of what he plans to do, to consult with us, to let us know how he plans to address it. And then he has 120 days from the date of issuance of the inspection report to fix that, make that repair. Or if he feels like the 120 days is not a sufficient timeline, during his consult period, he can let us know, and we could find an additional time frame to extend that if we needed to.
Did Mr. Blevins ever request extensions of timeframes to do stuff?
No, but the operator did submit, Lori did submit the consult within 30 days of what they plan to do. I have since terminated my position in that role prior to hitting that 120-day deadline, and I have not seen a response. So I don't know if they've received any, and I don't know if they're if they received a violation for that yet.
Okay. So how did he end up getting an operator? I'm assuming that was something that occurred after it was determined that these were public water supplies. Is that correct?
That's correct. So on our website, we have, where we show all of certified operators in Missouri. Certified operators in Missouri can search for systems that are lacking an operator, lacking a properly certified operator. So in fact, Lori Jean actually reached out to me and then subsequently to Mr. Blevins when she saw that those 3 systems were without an operator and within an area in which she operates her other systems. And so she reached out to him to become the chief operator, and then from there, they signed a contract and for her to become the operator.
You've gone over some of this, but I just want to go over it in a more condensed form. What specifically has DNR told Mr. Blevins to do that he has not done? Or that the operator has not done after Mr. Blevins was told to do it?
So if I may just consult the second level 2 assessment that was of note. So first of all, during the boil order, we required him to find and fix the solution of presence of E. coli in the well, at the Topo Drive well. He let us know he was going to find the problem, fix that issue. And that would have involved doing some investigation, which included investigating and digging around the well to see if there was an issue there, if that was the potential cause, none of which was done and was continuously just delayed until the well failed. So none of the issues with fixing the Topo Drive well ever were completed. And then I would point to the inspection reports where I highlight the significant deficiencies that were I'm most concerned about, with openings in the wellheads or electrical conduits, things where bacteria can get in. And now some of those things I highlighted to him when I originally met with him in March of 2022, and were in the same exact state once I did the inspection in June of 2023. Some of the things in the inspection report he cannot do until we issue the non-compliant well agreement. So he can't get a permit to dispense, for example, until the non-compliant well agreement is completed, which we are still working on. But there's plenty of things he could have done that, to my knowledge, remain outstanding.
Opposite question, what actions has Mr. Blevins taken that you asked him to do that he's actually done?
In the initial level 2 assessment, I believe Laura Jean put on a screen on the air relief valve at the Topo Drive well. Something that we like to see is on there, but at the time when I originally did my assessment was not present. That was addressed.
Now, that screen, that's something that you had just indicated that Mr. Blevins could have done himself with a zip tie, right?
Correct.
So that's not a complicated thing, and that's not something that, while an operator did it, an operator was not required for that.
Correct. The other thing he did do, if I may, he did shock the well multiple times in trying to lift the boil order throughout that process, but it was without the operator's knowledge and without the customer's knowledge.
Well, since you mentioned it, we'll just skip ahead to my questions about well shocking. Now, you had indicated that you went out there to do some testing and discovered that the well you assumed had been shocked at a time it wasn't supposed to be and that the operator had no knowledge of, correct?
Correct.
And you had indicated that was at least in relation to inspections or possibly realtors coming out to...
He had told me previously in conversation that when a realtor is coming out to get a clean sample, he would shock the system. So and really the only way to do that, you can't really inject, bleach or any sort of thing like that without, practically you can't really do that just by hooking up anywhere. It really should be and can only really be done through the well. Now it's not like I said, it's not a practice that's impossible to do or necessarily inherently a bad thing, but to that extent it was an issue. And really the only method or the only reason there could have been chlorine in that water at the time would have been a result of shocking, paired with the customers telling us they had seen him and it resulted in their houses smelling strongly of chlorine in the day and 2 days before we were out there and verified there was chlorine in the water.
Now, you had indicated concern with...
That there was chlorine in the water.
Now, you had indicated a concern let me ask it this way. Well, you had indicated a concern that the E. coli in the topo well was coming back so quickly, that it was coming back within a week or so of shocking or treating the well. If you were going out to conduct an inspection like you did, and you discover that the well has been shocked at a time that it was not supposed to be shocked, or is that going to affect your ability to test for E. coli?
Yes. So it would mask any issues that could be present. If a system that doesn't chlorinate and they're not supposed to chlorinate, and they submit a sample with chlorine in it, that sample is not used for their monthly chlorine sample. So if I took a sample that day, when I did take a sample that day, those samples would not have counted for their monthly compliance sample. Lori, I think, either had previously done it that month, or she needed to go back out there and do it again. They still ended up doing it, or she ended up doing it, but the samples I collected did not count for compliance because of that reason.
So at that time, you don't know if prior to that shock if there was E. coli in the system or not.
Correct.
And how great of a public danger is E. coli?
I think
I mean, I've been down to the lake. They tell you not to swim.
I think it can vary from person to person, but it's definitely a serious cause for concern, and it is why we have such stringent requirements to boil the water and notify customers as soon as possible upon positive samples. So to me, that has always been, we protect public health, and that is the number one acute issue of concern. And the most immediate impact could be bacteria and people getting sick, and
Can you die from E. coli?
I've seen reports of people eating, E. coli infected lettuce from the store, and when they do recalls and stuff like that, and I've seen reports of people dying.
Now, was Mr. Blevins informed that operational decisions were to be made by the operator?
Yes.
When was he first informed of that?
We verified with him. We first, that I remember, had that specific conversation, if not during the inspection, then within a day or two after the inspection, to let him know this would be on the report, this was an issue of concern. I cannot remember if that was a conversation previously that we'd had, or if it was something we assumed that was known, or was the information was passed along to him by a certified operator in Lori Jean. And I think we had talked to him previous to that, because I do remember us talking to him about notifying his customers, and he has to let Lori know that, because there was concerns of him shocking before she took samples at times.
But after being told that, he continued to make operational decisions, correct?
Correct.
What about informing the public? You indicated that they were uninformed. Was he informed that he needed to inform the public after shocking a well?
Before shocking the well. Yeah, before shocking the well, we had him, or we notified him that he needed to notify the customers that it was happening, so they could know when to avoid drinking water. But also, for the shocking to work, they need to be informed so they can actually turn their faucets on to bring that chlorinated water to their house, or else it's not going to work. So it's both for their safety, but also for the functionality of the actual shock to work.
Yeah, because you're shocking the well, but not the system.
Correct. So he was shocking just the well, not the system. So any bacteria would remain in the lines.
And after being informed of that, did he continue in those times after being informed that he shocked the well, did he still fail to inform the public?
Yes.
Was this on more than one occasion?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do all three of these systems, the Charity, the Misty Mountain, and the Rolling Hills, were all three of those subject of significant violations?
Yes, all three had significant deficiencies. Now, they're not violations just yet. The violations would be incurred if he doesn't address them. They are significant deficiencies, and it is obviously a serious concern of ours on the report. But they also did have water quality issues themselves outside of the inspection that we've been monitoring with total coliform bacteria positive samples, not necessarily E. coli.
You're doing a wonderful job reading me or leading me around my own question sheet. We can now get back to where I had started. You indicated that Mr. Blevins seemed, if not eager may not be the word, but he seemed like he was going to be compliant. But I believe what you said was the significant issue was follow-through.
Correct.
So in a lot of these things that you had instructed him to do, he indicated up front that he would do them but did not follow through.
That's correct. And I bring back the example when I first brought him out to view the wells. The first time I saw him in March of 2022, I think multiple times he would say his technician will go out there and they'll go take care of it. And again, a year and a half later, a year and a few months later, we still had the same issues. More importantly, when we got to the boil order, we called him multiple times. I spoke to the operator multiple times to try and urge him to do something more, and still nothing was done.
Now, in regard to the boil order, what is, to the best of your knowledge, what would you say is the average length of a boil order?
I would say it depends on the size of the system, because if you have a larger system and you're shocking the system, it takes a lot longer for that chlorinated water to make its way through the entire system. So they might be they might temporarily chlorinate for like a couple weeks to just make sure you're covering all your bases and you get chlorine through that whole system. But for a water system of his size, if you're doing a proper shock and that's the only thing you have to fix, it shouldn't take more than a couple weeks at most. Maybe a week if you're quick about taking your samples. There are systems, of course, that have more lengthy issues, and that's when you have a problem with a well that has E. coli in it. But that requires them to do more, but those are fewer and far between.
But this was significantly longer than that these particular residents being served by the Topa well were without consumable water.
Correct.
Bear with me just a moment. Now, when that Topa well collapsed, you had indicated that at that point DNR became aware that the Pulaski water supply was a viable option, correct?
Yes, only after about, I believe, a week of, either was later that week because we found out on that Monday that the well had collapsed. We spoke to Mr. Blevins either that day or, I believe that day, and throughout that day and the next day, where we urged him, we tried to find solutions, and he said he had a potential option with Pulaski County 2, but that he would try and fix the well first. And we asked him in the meantime to supply water via bottled water to his customers, so they had just water. He refused. His well guy came out later that week, or I think his customer found the line that was hooking up to the water supply to the well house from Pulaski County 2, and that's when he turned on the Pulaski County 2 water, because I think the well driller was a little bit delayed in coming out because he had a family matter and he couldn't get out there right away. So by that Thursday, because the customers had found that line and dug it up themselves to do it themselves, he had come out and hooked it up and went to the Pulaski County 2 office to to pay for it, the deposit.
But prior to that, Mr. Blevins had not indicated that he knew this connected to his system?
Correct.
So he was unaware of what was connected to his water system?
From my conversation with him, he was aware that it existed and that it was in the ground. He refused to divulge that to us prior to that moment when that was the only other option.
Can you clarify that for that? What do you mean he refused to divulge that until?
I should say he did not inform the department that he knew of this other connection. It was only when the well had collapsed and we were in the process of drafting an emergency order to make him provide water that he then told us that he's got another potential option that he would look into.
Okay, but he had initially refused to provide bottled water.
Correct.
How long from the time the well collapsed until the Pulaski water supply was turned on?
The well collapsed on Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, and I believe it wasn't until Wednesday or Thursday. I believe Thursday, because he was hoping to have his well guy out on Wednesday. So I believe it was Thursday. He went to the county office, at the Pulaski County 2 office, paid the deposit, they went out and unlocked the meter in an afternoon.
So people were without any water, drinking water or otherwise, for about 4 days.
Correct. And we still had concerns with water quality as it was coming in because the well lines never were shocked appropriately. Like, the only way to install or put chlorine in or disinfect those lines is by putting it down the well and flushing the lines with that well water. But if the well doesn't exist anymore and it was pumping out E. coli a day prior to that well collapsing, you could potentially have bacteria in those lines. Pulaski County 2 is a very, very, very large system. And they don't chlorinate, and so they don't have chlorinated water coming all the way up to the Misty Mountain lines. So while the water source that they were providing was good, we are still uncertain as to the water quality within those lines once it passes the meter to his water system or distribution lines.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I've been listening to this for a while, and I'm a lay person when it comes to a lot of these water issues. Is this a case where if Mr. Blevins had been proactive when the DNR directed him to, he could have gotten out ahead of these problems, but because he was not, they compounded?
I believe so. I think, again, towards the beginning of this all, when we initially issued the boil order, I specifically heard hissing in the well underground. So where I believed, and now the pitless adapter is only about 6 feet below ground. It's just below the freeze line. So 6 feet below the frost line. And so it's very easy to dig up. It's not something that's, hundreds of feet down. It's meant to be, excavated if needed. So had he addressed those issues following that level 2 assessment when we required him to in November, for that specific requirement, he actually had 30 days to do that. We extended it a little bit longer for him due to some weather days, but he actually only had 30 days to fix that issue. He refused, or he never did, and we issued the violation for that. But had he done it then, we might have found this crack that was around the casing or the leak that was there, and if it was properly addressed, the well might never have failed. And that was something that I let Mr. Blevins know was a potential issue.
But once it's cracked and sunk 140 feet down, there's not much you can do about it.
Not much. I think from what I was told, the well guy can try and fish it out, but it's a very small hole, and you don't have a lot of space in which to work to do that. So I know in the non-compliant well agreement, or in the enforcement case, one of the required actions that Jackie can speak to a little bit more as well is that we will require him to plug the well, but it is not being plugged at the moment because Mr. Blevins has plans to potentially fix it, as he has informed us.
Now, one of the things you had said is that either a water customer or you had observed, I can't remember which, a cap off of a well.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
You had indicated that either a customer had informed you or you had been made aware of a well that was missing a cap or did not have a cap for a period of time, and you indicated that there should always be somebody there when the cap is off.
Yeah, so that was, there's times where we were informed that Mr. Blevins had been shocking the well, which in this type of well, you need to take the cap off to then pour the bleach down to shock the well. And that there's a process that we inform systems how to do that, and that is the proper procedure. Once you dump the bleach down and you recirculate the water back into the well to make sure your bleach doesn't deteriorate your casing, you should put the cap back on, because that is what seals it from the outside air. From rain that might have bacteria in it, from just any type, birds flying above and, any type of bacteria getting in. So it should always be sealed unless you're physically doing something with it. He had informed me that it had been left overnight like that. And if I remember correctly, he said he was recirculating throughout the night, which is the appropriate method to do, but you don't need to do it for that long. And it shouldn't have been left overnight like that. That was definitely an issue, and with the methodology of his shocking the well.
And my last question, just to clarify, Mr. Blevins is not a licensed operator, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any questions based upon bench questions? Mr. Blevins?
I have a few, but I really don't know how to ask the question. I think I'll save that. I'm
not sure what you would save it for. Once we're done questioning, this witness will be excused. So if you have questions for this witness that are based upon questions I asked, now would be the time to ask those.
Okay, no questions.
Any questions based upon commission questions from staff or redirect in the alternative?
I just have a couple questions. So Mr. Blevins had told you that he'd speak to his operator to correct the deficiencies, but they had not been addressed, correct?
The department had received consult within the 30-day time frame. The deficiencies, both unsatisfactory findings and significant deficiencies, remained outstanding up until the point where I left my position in that role.
But you don't have any reason to believe the follow-through lies with the operator?
I do not.
Okay, it's the follow-through, the responsibility lies with Mr. Blevins, correct?
The responsibility absolutely lies with the water supplier.
Okay. And do you recall how much the deposit was that Mr. Blevins had to pay to Pulaski County Water District?
I don't know that. I don't know.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
I have one other question that did occur to me. Given your experience working with Mr. Blevins to try and correct some of these deficiencies, as you've said, staff has asked you if Mr. Blevins was capable of doing these things, and you indicated that you thought that these were simple things that most people were capable of. In your experience with Mr. Blevins, do you believe he will do the things necessary to correct deficiencies?
I don't know. I really don't.
That's a fair answer. Thank you. Any further questions based on that question?
They, one other thought that I had was you indicated that someone else dug up that line that came from the county.
That's what I had heard.
Who did you hear that from?
Lori Jean notified me that you had called her, panicked that one of the customers on the Topo Drive well had just recently dug up that line, and that you were at the time rushing over to handle it, deal with it.
Yeah, I don't know who that was, but that line has never been dug up. I don't know why they would tell you that. What I do understand though is what they dug up was on and off valve for the well.
Mr. Blevins, that's not a question.
Okay, I'm sorry. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cloverside, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
It is now 4:41. As much as I thought this was going to be a one-day hearing, it appears to me that it is not. If I thought we were going to finish by 7 p.m., I would continue on, but it's my understanding right now is staff has at least 2 more witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, the second, it shouldn't take Mr. Gately very long, but I do have one DNR witness, and then I could call Kurt Gately, or I don't have to call him, but it's 1.5 witnesses.
And then we also have Mr. Blevins testifying.
We have Mr. Blevins
So I think
testify.
this may be the appropriate spot during the day to talk about finishing this on another day. Now, my preference would be to go ahead and start up tomorrow at 9 a.m. The reason I could not put this on a Thursday is there was a hearing scheduled for tomorrow already here, but that hearing has since been rescheduled. What is everybody's availability for tomorrow?
I'm available.
I have doctor's appointments tomorrow.
At what time are your doctor's appointments?
2 o'clock, I believe. I'm an hour and a half to 2 hours away from Jeff City.
So if you left by noon, you would be able to make it. Is that correct?
I should be able to, yes.
Is it? That would allow roughly 3 hours for testimony. Is there anybody here who believes that 3 hours would not be sufficient?
I'm not sure. We could maybe do one witness today and then do the rest of it tomorrow, just in case.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we go ahead at this point, take another witness? If you want to go ahead and do Mr. Gately now, if he's your shorter witness, that might make it easier.
Okay.
But I'm not going to tell you how to run your case.
Okay. Can we take a short break?
Short recess before we begin?
Yeah.
I think we all need one. It is now 4:44. I'm going to take a 15-minute recess, and we will come back at 5 o'clock. And what witness are we having at that point? I'll leave it to you. Do you think DNR is going to take longer, or do you think Gately's going to take longer? Is your other DNR witness available tomorrow, or is this something where really getting them out of the way first is the best option?
Can I get back to you?
Okay, we'll discuss that after the break.
Thank you.
We will recess until 5 o'clock, and we will go off the record. Back on the record. Staff, you may call your next witness. And speak in the microphone, Jackie
sorry.
Johnson, please come up and take the witness stand. And Ms. Johnson, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this evidentiary hearing is the truth?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead, staff.
Thank you.
And if I didn't say so, did I say we're back on the record?
You
Yeah,
did.
okay, we're good.
All right. Good evening, I guess. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jackie Johnson, JACKIE JOHNSON.
And by whom are you employed?
Missouri Department of Natural Resources.
What's your position there?
I'm an environmental program specialist.
And how long have you been employed by DNR in that position?
Actually, in my current position, I recently received a promotion, but I've been in the same section for 4 years.
Okay. And what do you do there for the DNR? What are your job duties?
I think the simplest way to describe it is primarily I'm a case manager, so I work with systems who have been referred to enforcement to help them return to compliance, and then I have some other associated compliance activities I help with.
Okay, and just generally, what does that involve?
For the compliance activities, we run some monthly reports to monitor systems that are out of compliance and then coordinate with our regional offices so that we can sort of direct more attention to that and try and help with that. I issue some violations associated with those as well.
Are you involved in any of the investigations?
I manage cases. We don't usually call it investigations, but we will do some research and figure out how a system ended up in enforcement and actions that need to be taken.
Okay. And are you familiar with Travis Blevins?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with Mr. Blevins?
There was a previous person in my section who was also named Jackie, which I know is kind of confusing. She was previously assigned to be the case manager, but we knew that she had gotten a new job. So in February, I started helping with the case, and then it actually became really my case around March. I was part of a conversation over the phone with Mr. Blevins at the end of February, and then I met him for the first time in June at the public meeting with the Public Service Commission.
Okay, and when you say February, that was February of '23?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So you said you've met Mr. Blevins?
Yes, we've met in person several times.
And so what's the nature of your involvement with Mr. Blevins in his case?
Sorry. I'm working with Mr. Blevins to help with the 3 systems that DNR regulates, so Misty Mountain, Charity, and Rolling Hills, to help get those systems in compliance. So Misty Mountain has the Topo Drive well issues. That's a little bit different than the others, but all 3 of those systems we've talked about will be needing non-compliant well agreements. I'm also working with him for all 3 systems for those inspection reports that Sebastian has written and presented on, helping to make sure that those required corrective actions are taken care of for the significant deficiencies and the unsatisfactory findings.
And so what?
Sorry. I'm a little nervous. Okay.
And so what does that involve?
If we start with the inspection reports, there were identified significant deficiencies. Those are required to be corrected. There were also identified unsatisfactory findings that need to be corrected. So as Sebastian talked about, there are some deadlines for those things to happen. So I'm keeping track of those deadlines, keeping track of things that have been submitted. For example, the first significant deficiency on all 3 of those reports relates to having someone who's not certified making operational decisions. So we've asked for some documentation that won't continue, that the decisions will be made under the supervision or by the properly certified operator. So I'll keep track that actually gets taken care of, that we receive that information. And I'll do that for all of the significant deficiencies and unsatisfactory findings. I'll work with the regional office because some of that information may get submitted to them. It may come directly to me, and we'll make sure that everybody knows about it. And then for the case management for those 3 systems as well, for Misty Mountain and Charity and for Rolling Hills, I've drafted an administrative order on consent. We call that an AOC. And so there will be an AOC for each system with its own required corrective actions. And those are all in a review process right now. That review has to go all the way to our director. And so it does take a little while, but it has been started.
Okay. And do you have Exhibit 7 there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, because I'll probably refer to it, and so I want to make sure you have that there. And so you've worked with Mr. Cloverside?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your involvement with, or what's been your involvement with him then in this case, in Mr. Blevins' case?
So initially, the regional office where Sebastian works at, Mr. Cloverside, they were the ones initially working with this system. And that's the way this typically works for our enforcement process, is the regional office is involved first. They have a lot more, we say, boots on the ground. They actually go out and visit the systems. And then when systems are referred to us, we still coordinate with the regional office, but we kind of take over a little bit as far as responsibility for tracking things. And so I have kind of taken over the management of these 3 systems from Mr. Cloverside, but especially because he's now moved into a different position. I'm still coordinating with his regional office, but really I'm sort of the primary contact.
Okay. So in a step-by-step, they did the investigation, and then it goes, they make the findings, and then it goes to your section, and they make the recommendations, and then it goes to your section, and then you do the enforcement? Is that kind of how the flow chart would work?
Yes, generally. It isn't usually this quick that it goes from a system being activated to enforcement, but it is that general process that the regional office works with the system, provides compliance assistance, maybe identifies issues during an inspection, and then if a system has significant noncompliance or if they have a history of noncompliance, they may get referred to enforcement.
Okay, and you said it doesn't usually go this quick. What do you mean by that?
I should clarify, we just don't activate a lot of systems on a yearly basis anyway, so it's already kind of a less common thing to be a brand new system, as Misty Mountain, Charity, and Rolling Hills were recently activated. And then for a system to have, for example, for Misty Mountain to have that ongoing boil order, that's unusual, and that would be significant enough to warrant a pretty quick referral to enforcement. For the other 2 systems, for Charity and for Rolling Hills, we determined that they have non-compliant wells, and so in order for the system to be able to get a permit to dispense and to continue using those wells, they need that agreement. So that's also why it's a little bit faster to get into enforcement, because we want to be able to give them that non-compliant well agreement.
Okay, and what is a non-compliant well?
So a non-compliant well is a well that's not compliant, but it's more specifically, it's not compliant with the regulations for a public drinking water system well. And as Mr. Cloverside talked about earlier, there are different types of wells. We have domestic wells, we have multifamily wells, and we have the public water supply wells. They each have different regulations for how they need to be constructed. So in this case, we've determined that the wells at all 3, at Charity, Rolling Hills, and at Misty Mountain, were not constructed to the proper standards for public water supply wells. So in order for the system to be able to continue using those, we need this non-compliant well agreement in place. And that agreement will acknowledge that those are non-compliant wells. It contains a few stipulations, and there will be some stipulations in the permit that's ultimately issued.
Okay, so that permit has not been issued yet?
No, we can't issue the permit until we have that non-compliant well agreement in place.
Okay, and what does that agreement require? What does that agreement require?
A non-compliant well agreement in general will have some sampling requirements. So if it was a brand new system that had never done their initial sampling, we would require them to take care of some initial sampling. In this case, these systems have already been in existence for a year. And so it will require the systems, Charity, Rolling Hills, and Misty Mountain, to continue the required sampling of a community water system. If there are issues with those results, there are some triggered actions that happen. For example, if the system has E. coli positive samples, they may be required to add chlorination. In addition to those specific requirements about sampling and then extra steps, if a system has issues with those samples, a non-compliant well agreement contains a stipulation that the system cannot add any more connections. So we'll let them keep using the non-compliant well, but as is, they can't add more connections to that well in the future. For this one in particular, though, for Misty Mountain, because the Topo Drive well has collapsed and it's not functional and probably not ever going to be, we are going to ask Mr. Blevins to plug that well so that it doesn't pose a contamination risk to their groundwater supply. There's also a well at Charity that is not functional and has not been repaired that we'll also ask to be plugged.
Okay. Okay. And so going forward, how does that, what's the significance of that going forward then? For those wells to be to have the non-compliant well agreement?
Can you clarify what
Is
you mean?
there, once they have that agreement, are they, and they meet that agreement, is there any significance going forward? Or are they good to go? Or what happens next with those wells?
Okay, so once we have that non-compliant well agreement approved through our review process, it will be sent to Mr. Blevins. If he reads it and agrees with it, he will sign it. The department will also sign it, and that becomes an effective order. It says in there a couple of required corrective actions. If the significant deficiencies and unsatisfactory findings are still unresolved from those inspection reports, we'll put those as corrective actions in that order. So like for the, what would be one of them? The primacy fees have not been paid. So if the primacy fees are still overdue when the order goes out, then the primacy fees would be included as a corrective action in that. But either way, when the order is approved and signed and effective and the actions get completed within it, the department will be able to issue a permit to dispense, which Mr. Blevins will have to apply for. But as long as we issue the permit to dispense, we will be able to close that administrative order on consent. We'll send a letter that says that it's been closed. Mr. Blevins would have a permit to dispense water, so he would be compliant with our drinking water regulations. And then within that permit, it has some stipulations about, again, not adding additional connections. Would need to notify future buyers of the status of the wells as being non-compliant wells. But as long as there are no issues with the wells going forward, and he meets the terms of the non-compliant well agreement, then it would be done.
And what if he doesn't meet some of those conditions?
We have a couple of things built into a non-compliant well agreement and AOCs in general, those administrative orders on consent, that if a system isn't meeting agreed upon deadlines in it, we have stipulated penalties that we can assess for non-compliance with those deadlines. If we don't issue that permit to dispense, then we can't close the AOC, but we also would not be able to let Mr. Blevins continue using those non-compliant wells.
Okay, and has he corrected any of those deficiencies up to this point that you know of?
Am I allowed to refer to the inspection reports? They're in
Yes.
Exhibit 7.
Yes. Are you talking about the well determinations?
So Mr. Cloversai,
Or are you talking about the significant deficiencies?
yeah, he testified earlier to those significant deficiencies.
Significant deficiencies?
You asked if they've been resolved, but I want to make sure I look at them so I know if.
So the first one for Misty Mountain starts on page 59.
There it is. Sorry. Okay, I'm on page 67 of Exhibit 7.
Okay, so those would be the ones that would go into the agreement and that he would have to fix, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and
Okay.
you asked me if they've been resolved, but instead of trying to go from memory, I wanted to see which
No, that's fine.
significant deficiencies there are. So on page 67 of Exhibit 7, the first significant deficiency refers to having individuals making operational decisions that aren't under the direct supervision of a properly certified chief operator. As part of the consulting with the department, I think Lori Jean did provide a statement that they're working on that. And she talked to me, I actually spoke with her, it was this week, one of the days this week, about potentially coming today, and we talked about some of these things that were in here. So I think things are better, but I still think we need a more specific statement from them to resolve that significant deficiency. For number 2, it talks about the Tricia well not being properly screened. Sorry. Yeah, the wells are named after streets, and so a lot of them are names, so it's Tricia. We received photographs last week from Lori Jean, from the operator. I am not qualified to say if those photographs adequately address the significant deficiencies that are in here. And I don't have an answer yet whether the photographs that were submitted cover this, but I know something was submitted. So if it's not taken care of, it would be included in the order. And then the third significant deficiency is that the Tigger well, number 4, had an unprotected opening. Again, some photographs were submitted. If those don't adequately cover this, we would include that in the order. And then for the unsatisfactory finding, this is already part of it. It says that they need a permit to dispense. That's part of the non-compliant well agreement. The laboratory fees have been paid. They did submit a bacteriological site sampling plan for unsatisfactory finding number 3. Unsatisfactory finding number 4, as far as I know, has not been addressed yet. And this is actually, it refers to the rule in there. It's 10 CSR 60-14.010 4A6. That was too fast. It's 10 CSR 60-14.010 parentheses 4 parentheses A 6. All systems are required to have a contingency plan at all times for a properly certified backup operator. It doesn't mean that they have to hire someone, but they have to have a plan for it. And so we need to know from the system that they have that plan. Number 5 is the non-compliant well, so that's built into the agreement. And then number 6, one of the wells was not accessible at the inspection. The key was unavailable, and so the system will need to let us know that they have a plan for how we can get there next time. There are similar corrective actions in the other 2, and so as with this one, if the corrective actions are completed, we would not include that in the order. If they're still open, we would put an action in there for it.
Okay. So in these inspections, there were samples taken?
Yes.
And do you know how these inspections compared with the other inspections with regard to the sampling?
What do you mean?
I'll withdraw that. So were you involved in the inspections on these significant deficiency documents?
I attended the inspections, but I'm not an inspector.
Okay, so what was your role in, was it writing the reports or?
I reviewed the reports before they went out because I am the case manager for the enforcement case, just to make sure that there wasn't anything in there that I didn't understand or that didn't fit with what we're doing with our normal enforcement process. But it was mostly there as sort of a support role in case there were questions about enforcement while I was there.
Okay. And then did you have a chance to talk to Mr. Blevins about these deficiencies and how he would make changes or how he would fix them?
Mr. Blevins came to Department of Natural Resources at the beginning of this month. I believe it was October 5th, and we had a meeting in person. I gave him a printed copy of each of the inspection reports, and I highlighted the significant deficiencies, I highlighted the unsatisfactory findings, and I highlighted the required actions and due dates, and we went through each of the reports. And I had those paper clipped together by system with the invoices that were also due, and I gave him those in a folder and made sure that we went over what we needed for each of the significant deficiencies and unsatisfactory findings.
And what was his reaction, or how did he receive that?
He said he understood, but he also said that it was his operator's responsibility to submit some of the information, so I clarified that while his operator can help, it's ultimately his responsibility to provide that information to us.
Okay, so the due dates are his due dates, correct?
Yes.
And just like Mr. Cloverside testified, ultimately, you said ultimately it's his responsibility to provide all the information and make all the fixes.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that he's going to make the corrections that he's supposed to?
He said that he would, but so far we have not been able to resolve all of them.
Okay, and these significant deficiencies, these documents were sent to him, they're dated July 18th of this year?
Yes.
Okay, and how long does he have to make the fixes, make the corrections?
It's 120 days to make the corrections.
Okay, and so that would bring us to when? It's 120 days. 4 months, right? So that's sometime in November.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what kind of progress he's made?
Well, as Mr. Cloverside said, he has consulted. So there's 30 days to consult and then 120 days total to fix, so 90 days after that. We have had some progress. For example, the laboratory fees have been paid. We did receive some photographs. I'm not sure if they're sufficient to address all of the things. I know one of them was not. So one of the wells, we received a photograph that instead of replacing the well cap, it was covered with plastic. It looks kind of like what you would see in your yard where a sewer cleanout is. So a plastic pipe with a top that has a square that sticks up on it, and duct tape. And so we let Mr. Blevins know that that is not a sanitary seal. I guess it's better than nothing, but it's still not adequate to resolve that significant deficiency.
Okay. And so then, and now you're just waiting for the rest of it to possibly be fixed or not?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if you could, sorry. If you could turn to page, starting on page 129. The document, the subject line is well determination for Misty Mountain PWS. I think there's 3 of them. There's one for Rolling Hills and one for Charity as well.
Yes, I have them.
Okay. So those are 3 separate documents, but are they basically the same documents just for each of the wells?
Yes.
Okay, and so what are those documents?
So this is a well determination. It is a memo that was sent from our permitting and capacity development section to my section, compliance and enforcement. It describes that a determination has been done for the wells at Misty Mountain, and then there's a separate one for Charity and for Rolling Hills. And what a well determination is there's a series of questions, a checklist that they go through to determine if a well was built to the public water system standards. So they will look at well drilling information if it's available, including when a well was drilled, materials that were used, if we have any records that have been filed with Department of Natural Resources or with Missouri Geological Survey, and then they'll go through that checklist and determine if a well is non-compliant, or it could even be unauthorized, or if it's a compliant well. So this is a well determination for this first one for Misty Mountain. It's for all of the wells at Misty Mountain together. There's a separate paragraph for each of those wells.
Okay, and what's the significance of these documents?
This is the basis for us needing that non-compliant well agreement for each of those three systems. For example, if you look well number 1 on Topo Drive, it says it was constructed without prior construction authorization. It's a domestic well, not a public water supply well, or not a community well, and it was completed in 2007. It has similar information for the other 4 wells at Misty Mountain, noting that they are all domestic or multifamily wells.
Okay, and does this ask Mr. Blevins to do anything?
This does not. This is a document that goes between 2 sections in Department of Natural Resources, and then I drafted that non-compliant well agreement, which is in review, and that's what will tell him that he needs to do certain steps for the non-compliant well agreement.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Cloverside testified about Mr. Blevins' relationship with his licensed operator, Lori Jean. Are you familiar with Ms. Jean?
I am.
And how so?
I met her when we were at the inspection, and then I've also talked with her on the phone several times.
And do you think he knows and understands what his contractual relationship is with her? Or?
He refers to her as his operator, yes.
Okay, so have you discussed what his responsibilities are to Lori Jean, to his licensed operator?
We talked about it again when he was in person for that meeting at the beginning of October. As we were going through the significant deficiencies in the inspection reports, we clarified that as the certified operator, she needs to be the one responsible for the day-to-day decisions and the operational decisions that impact the quality and the quantity of water, and that he can't do things, but they need to be directed by her.
And do you know if he does that?
The last time I talked to Lori, she said that things were better, but there are still things that are happening. For example, she told me that their most recent routine samples, some of them were total coliform positive, and she told me that she attributed that to Travis making changes at the system and not telling her.
Okay, what you said most recently, what about in the past?
In the past, another example would be I received a call from a customer who was upset about water pressure. And so I asked the customer, have you talked to Mr. Blevins? And he said that he hadn't. And so he asked if I would talk to him. So I contacted the operator and I contacted Mr. Blevins. So I started with Lori Jean. She said she was unaware of any changes that would cause a change in pressure for that person. I reached out to Mr. Blevins. He said he was also unaware. So he went out and I asked him to call me back and to call Lori back to make sure that Lori knew what was going on, so that, that's the way the relationship is supposed to work, is Lori should be involved in this decision too if it's going to be operational, but also to make sure that the customer knew about the follow-up. And the customer needed to participate in the troubleshooting to figure out what was going on.
Okay, do you know what happened?
I heard back from Mr. Blevins that he was going to have someone come out, was it Guile, I think is the last name, Guill. A well person was going to come out and check on it. And then Lori said that she did hear from Mr. Blevins.
Okay. And has in your working with Mr. Blevins, has he followed through with some of the changes that he's supposed to be making?
I was part of that conversation that happened in, I'm not sure when it was. The conversation that Mr. Cloverside referred to, where we were asking Mr. Blevins about those required actions from the second level 2 assessment, including excavating, trying to determine the cause of the E. coli. And we really did press Mr. Blevins for why he wasn't setting a date. He gave us reasons about the weather, and we pointed out it was great weather. We could do it, that week. And we really were pretty firm. It was a tense conversation pressing him on why he had not done it so far, what his plan was for when he would do it. And it never did happen. He did not do those steps that were required in that level 2 assessment. And I know he's told us that he thought he knew what the issue was without doing that, but he was directed to do it. He said he would do it, and then he did not do it.
In your work with Mr. Blevins, do you think Mr. Blevins is capable of doing that?
I
Making
do.
the changes he needs to?
Sorry, I interrupted. I do. And Mr. Blevins has talked to us about his extensive history working with Donnie Baker, who had some of the wells before, his access to equipment, and qualified people to help him. I do think he is capable.
But has he followed through with it?
He has not.
Okay. Has he said any, when you've talked to Mr. Blevins, has he mentioned anything to you about whether he's going to take care of the different wells that he has, what his position is on taking care of the wells?
It's kind of twofold. Yes, he has said that he's going to. He's easy to get in touch with. He is pleasant to talk to in general. I mean, that hasn't been the issue. The follow-through has. But he also has talked about not wanting to do this anymore and wanting to figure out a solution, either selling the wells or forming an HOA or doing something so that he won't be the responsible party anymore.
Okay, and why do you have any thoughts as to how come?
Why he doesn't want to be responsible. He's talked about his wife's health issues, that she doesn't like him continuing to have all these systems and all this responsibility, and just wanting to be done, wanting to be retired.
Okay. And you talked about going forward with some enforcement actions that you're involved in with regard to Mr. Blevins' case. Why is DNR pursuing those actions now?
For Charity and for Rolling Hills, we have to have that non-compliant well agreement in order for there to be a way within our rules for him to continue using those wells and to get a permit to dispense, which is required for his community water systems. For Misty Mountain, it's the same, that we need that non-compliant well agreement, but we also have the ongoing E. coli issues at the Topo Drive well, which I know has now collapsed, but that's now just a different issue that needs to be resolved. And so we have to move forward with that enforcement process.
And so, just, short summary, what's led DNR to go down that path? Just all of this combined, or?
Yeah, so it's not unusual. I mean, for Charity and for Rolling Hills, this is the typical process. We identify non-compliant wells, we write a non-compliant well agreement, we get it to the system, we do that. That is not an unusual process. We have quite a few systems that we're doing that with right now besides those two. For Misty Mountain, it would just be the non-compliant well agreement if we didn't also have this pressing health issue with, so when we first started this enforcement case, our customers were on a boil order, and it was an ongoing boil order. We were not able to get consecutive days of clean samples. We kept getting E. coli samples. We were very concerned about the risk to those customers. And so that's where that Misty Mountain started first, and then Charity and Rolling Hills have kind of followed with their non-compliant well agreements. But it's the ongoing risk to the health of the customers, because even though the Topo Drive well has collapsed and it's not producing water, as Mr. Cloverside described, the system wasn't able to be properly shocked, and that Topo Drive well does still exist. It's basically an opening to the groundwater, and so that's a potential threat to the groundwater.
So what kind of threat is there a threat to the, just the residents living there, or to the environment? What kind of threats are there?
The risk is, ideally, when you have a well, you're drawing water from that groundwater. That groundwater shouldn't be influenced by the surface. So having groundwater that's under the direct influence of surface water can introduce things like E. coli that we've talked about. You can have macroinvertebrates. You can have all sorts of things from the surface that shouldn't be there. They can end up in that water. And once you've contaminated your actual groundwater, that's really difficult to treat. And at Misty Mountain, while the houses are not all very close together, that's part of why there are multiple wells. That's how it was developed. They are still kind of close together. And so you wonder about the risk if there's contamination at Topo Drive to the surrounding wells.
And what kind of consequences does that have to the residents? Or could it potentially have to the residents?
It's a potential health risk. They could have contamination in their drinking water. And it's not even just bacteria. There could also be chemical contamination. That's why we're going to ask for Topo Drive well to be plugged.
Okay, is that same reasoning for the other wells to be plugged? The other ones that you discussed?
Yeah, there's one other well at Charity that is not functional and has not been. And so if it's not going to be used for drinking water, it needs to be properly abandoned, and that includes properly plugging it.
Okay. So these aren't just, so you said there's some fee issues. Those been taken care of, but, correct?
Partially. At the time of the inspection report, the lab fees were overdue, and those have been taken care of. They've been paid for all three systems. Since then, the primacy fees have been due. So the laboratory fees cover the laboratory program and administration, so things like the kits and the testing. The primacy fee is also required by our regulations. The primacy fee is a fee paid by customers and then remitted to the Department of Natural Resources, and that helps cover us as a primacy agency, and those have not been paid.
Okay, how much are?
Primacy, Primacy.
And how much are those?
It's a cost per connection, so under $100, I think, for each system, but I haven't calculated it.
Okay, so it's not thousands of dollars.
No.
And is that something, and that's just something that Mr. Blevins would always, is that something he'd always pay in the past, or is this something new?
He will have to pay it every year because he's a newly activated system, and he was activated in the middle of the year. This was the first year that he owed that fee.
Okay. Is there any reason that you know of that he hasn't paid it?
He asked me about it. We were talking about it before this hearing started today, and I know that the primacy fee invoice is a little confusing because it shows no balance. But that's because the system has to fill in some of the numbers on it. So we have a number of connections that were reported, but that may not be the correct number of connections anymore. So the system fills in how many connections there were. They multiply it times the cost per connection. They write down how many of their connections they billed for, how many paid, and then they use those numbers to calculate how much they owe. So I get it that the invoice looks like you don't owe anything, but I know that Mr. Blevins talked with our fees section after we had that meeting in person at the beginning of October, and they clarified that he does owe those fees, and they sent him the invoices again, and they still just have not been paid.
Okay. Do you think that that's based on his argument as to whether he owns some of those wells or not, or do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. And so these, so the corrective actions and the enforcement actions that you're taking, has Mr. Blevins indicated that he's going to comply with them that you know of?
Yes, he has been asking about getting those administrative orders.
Okay, and do you know if he's taken action to, I'm sorry, I've probably already asked that. I'll withdraw that. Based on your work and your investigations and working with Mr. Blevins, do you have any concerns about his ability to maintain those systems in a safe and adequate manner?
I am concerned because at Misty Mountain, those customers were on a boil order for 8 months. We provided a list of ways to try and troubleshoot that, to try and prevent that ongoing boil order, and those actions were not taken. And 8 months is a very long time for a boil order. I know you asked Mr. Cloverside to estimate an average time, but we're certainly talking about days to weeks, not months. So I am concerned that if that went on for so long, that it shows that maybe there is an issue with properly operating and maintaining the systems.
And, just escaped me. Sorry. Compared to the other systems that you've dealt with, would you say the systems Mr. Blevins operates, are they better or worse, about the same as some of the other systems that you see at DNR?
Some things are better. His operator does a great job of collecting samples, so the monitoring aspect is not an issue at these systems. I would say some aspects are not as good as the systems, such as the follow-through with being directed to do something and getting it done in a timely manner. But, I mean, I work in enforcement. Most of the systems I'm dealing with either can't or won't return to compliance. So while there are some positives, and I think that's important to note, this is still a system that's in enforcement because of ongoing issues at Misty Mountain.
Do you think that Mr. Blevins is providing safe and adequate drinking water to the residents that use his water system or his well systems?
At times. I think there are times where there are customers that don't have water. I think there were customers that definitely did not have safe water. There have been a lot of total coliform positive samples outside of Topo Drive well. There have been a lot of unsafe bacteriologically drinking water samples, but not all the time.
Compared to the others that you've seen at DNR, more. How do those samples compare?
Again, I kind of see the worst of the worst,
Okay.
so
I
it's a
understand.
hard question to answer.
Okay, I understand. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Blevins, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do, I think. Ms. Johnson, have I ever refused to do something that you've asked me to do?
That's a good question. You have not told me, no, I won't do something, but there have been times you haven't done it.
Okay. Did we talk about maybe the issues involved in something of that nature? That maybe there was other issues?
For some of
Or
it.
for some reason?
Yeah, you've given me reasons sometimes, but there were others where we haven't, like for the lab fees.
The what piece?
The laboratory fees, you didn't really provide a reason for why you didn't pay those.
The laboratory fees, okay. But they are paid now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That was brought to my attention. That I think I did tell you that it was, I forgot it or did something. My mind doesn't work in the 30s and 40s, 50s, or 60s anymore. The other question I might have is, topo seems to be a real issue, and I think in that period of time, there was a lot of difficulty. The pitless part of it, from your understanding, from my inspection of the pitless, there was no damage at the pitless.
Mr. Blevins, is there a question in there?
Yes, sir, there is. I just trying to
Okay.
get up to that point. Did you understand that there is still an issue with the pitless, or what do you understand the real problem was that was discovered, and who discovered it?
I understand that when the well failed, you did some investigation to figure out why. And at that point, in order to see the pitless, that must be when you excavated, since it's below the ground. But the way I understand it is that the well is not functional because of that crack that went around the casing, which allowed the pump and the pipe to fall down into the well.
Okay, well, you've probably been provided with some erroneous information. The question is,
There's been objection made, Mr.
Objection.
Blevins. Go ahead.
He's testifying again.
She's right.
I don't mean to testify, I'm sorry.
Okay, that objection will be sustained. If you have a question, you're welcome to ask questions, but you will have an opportunity tomorrow, should you choose to testify, to tell us whatever you would like to tell us in regard to what you've discovered or believe.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
And I want to clarify, I'm not trying to stop you from asking questions. If you have questions, I want you to ask them.
And I'll just wait till tomorrow. I understand what you're saying, sir.
Okay, this witness will not be back on the witness stand tomorrow.
I understand that also.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? I hear none. I don't have very many for you, but I do have one. You answered a lot of the ones I made notes on. You actually answered as we went through, which is good. But if you cap both unused wells right now, the topo because it collapsed, and the charity one that is just not being used and is unnecessary, where does that place the rest of those three systems in terms of safety of the customers using that water?
The purpose of plugging the well would be to try to give them the best chance for safety. I mean, obviously other things can go wrong with the other wells, but for now, if there's a well that's not being used and not being properly maintained, that is a potential risk to the drinking water, and especially if they are connected to the distribution system. It's actually built into the regulations. I think it's 10 CSR 23-3 covers well construction and the abandonment of wells. And so if a well is not going to be used, especially if the pump is removed, then there are rules for how long that well can just be essentially abandoned before it has to be plugged anyways. And so rather than waiting for that time to occur, like for the Topo Drive well, when we met in person at the beginning of October, Mr. Blevins told me it is not a priority for him to fix it. And he said it more than once. And I repeated it back.
Say that again to me. What's not a priority for Mr. Blevins?
Repairing the Topo Drive well. So if it's going to remain non-functional, a potential risk, then we're going to ask that it be plugged.
Okay, back to my question. I'm going to reword it a little bit differently. So if those two wells are appropriately plugged, and setting aside, and I'm not going to call them non-safety issues, but not direct water safety issues such as testing fees and such, or lab fees, as you indicated, how does that put the safety of those systems? Does that resolve a majority of the issues? Or does that just resolve those issues with a majority of the safety issues outstanding?
Okay, thank you for that clarification. It would be the latter. So these are sort of adjacent issues to the things that we've already identified in the inspection reports. So these are known things that need to be taken care of, but are sort of outside of the main priority of the non-compliant well agreement for all three systems, and specifically addressing the issues at Misty Mountain related to the Topo Drive well.
Say that last part again, please.
So we have the three non-compliant well agreements, which will address being able to continue using wells that were not built to standards. They include requirements in case there are issues with the safety of those samples that are taken from those wells. And then the Topo Drive well is going to be kind of outside of that non-compliant well agreement. We're not considering using that again in the future, that well would be plugged. So as far as the safety of the system going forward, it's like Topo Drive would be removed from the equation, and then the extra well that's at Charity that's not in use and not functional would also be taken out.
And I guess at least in terms of the Misty Mountain system, for those customers that were receiving water from the Topo well, would they then moving forward be permanent recipients of water from the Pulaski system?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions at this time. Are there any questions based upon bench questions?
No.
Mr. Blevins?
One moment. Do you consider the Topo well a priority?
Yes.
Okay. A priority to be plugged or to be fixed?
I don't know how viable it is to fix that well.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect from staff?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. You may step down. Okay, at this point, I'm gonna say that we should adjourn for the day, and we'll pick up here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You have one witness left, is that correct?
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. And I can't at this point predict how long it will take. Mr. Blevins, do you have additional, other than possibly testifying yourself, do you have other witnesses you're going to be calling?
I have no witnesses scheduled.
So it's just you?
Just me.
Okay. Well, why don't we pick up here tomorrow at 9 a.m.? Actually, would it be a problem for anyone if we picked up at 8:30? That would just allow a little bit more of a buffer if we need it. Okay,
That's
why don't we, is it a problem for you to get here at 8:30? Indicated you're an hour and a half to 2 hours away. I don't want to.
Yes, I'm 2 hours away. I'll be here at 8:30.
Okay, we will reconvene tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, everyone, for your time. It's been a long day. Mr. Blevins, have a safe trip home. Everybody else as well.
Okay, thank you.
We are adjourned for the day, and we are off the record.